Awesome. Welcome to the Estacada School District 90-day rollout. My name is Ryan Carpenter, and I proudly serve as the superintendent for Estacada Schools. And I am so happy today to speak to our community, our parents, our students, our employees, and viewers from around the country as the Estacada School District transparently rolls out its overall progress towards the strategic plan collaboratively designed by the Estacada community. Why do we do this? Healthy organizations consistently monitor critical data like the engagement of staff and satisfaction of internal and external stakeholders. Often, this is accomplished with the use of surveys administered to stakeholders of the organization. The key to these surveys is not the data itself. The key is how well leaders share the data with their staff and stakeholders, and how well leaders communicate the action that will be taken based on the feedback from the survey data. This transparent communication process is what we call rolling out results. The better we communicate results, the greater opportunity we have to create a team approach to problem solving. Today's rollout represents progress made from all school district buildings, departments, and systems towards the big aims of our strategic plan over the last 90 days. Twice a year, the Estacada School District conducts these rollouts to transparently share our improvement efforts using an evidence-based leadership methodological framework as we aspire to hardwire organizational excellence for our kids, our community, and our employees. Just a little bit of housekeeping. This is a meeting in the public. It is not a public meeting. We will not be taking any live questions or comments this morning. I do, though, want to welcome those of you who are watching live online today. We do have our comment page available, and we have our great communications team ready to respond in real time to your thoughts or clarification. This will be a 3 to 4 hour presentation. The restrooms are off to our left if you feel like you need to go. And Estacada values safety in the event of an emergency. And in the event of an emergency, the emergency exits are both in these doors and straight behind. And just wanted to share that with the people who are attending live today. To get us started, it's always important to start with our mission, vision, and values of our school district. And our mission is to equip all students with the skills necessary to be resourceful and successful. The vision created for Estacada Schools is by the year 2030 to be considered a premier school district inside the state of Oregon. And our values are to inspire, engage, and achieve. All of us come to work each day and want to have purpose, to do worthwhile work, and make a difference in the lives of those we touch. In order to accomplish this, the Estacada School District works with our employees to create a great place for students to learn, for teachers to teach, for employees to work, and for parents to send their children for a quality education. To accomplish this critical mission, vision, and values, we focus on relationships. Education is founded on effective relationships between students, teachers, leaders, parents, and all district employees. Failing to maintain positive, productive relationships with key stakeholders can lead to negative public perception of the school district in the community, as well as a loss of enrollment as parents make different choices. In Estacada, our great team, powered by its employees, have created a standards of excellence that provides the backbone of the culture of who we want to be. A culture that walks the halls and doesn't just live on our walls. And these standards are collaboration, respect, consistency, innovation, empathy, and perseverance. This is the fourth of a 5-year strategic plan, and inside the district's strategic plan contains 5 core pillars that the Estacada community has determined for us and its vision for the success of our children. Today's rollout will share the strategies, data, wins collected, and improvements needed from each building and department in correlation to these 5 pillars. In Estacada, our improvement goals span the course of 1 whole year, from January to January. This rollout, the one that you are watching today, is our mid-year rollout, and the data you see today represents our halfway mark. I am proud today because each of our leaders will tell our story of the wins we have harvested. They will vulnerably share the strategies that didn't work and communicate the adjustments our school district is making mid-year to improve results. All in the spirit of hitting the marks established by the Estacada School District community. It is your school district, and you have hired professionals to execute your vision for your schools. The triple aim of improvement in our district stems from improvement science used in healthcare. There are many school districts across the country that are making this shift in education, and the Estacada School District is committed to incorporating an evidence-based leadership approach to leading change in our local schools at the state level and across the United States as we develop into a model school district for this work. In our big aim, student achievement is at the forefront. Are our students ready for college, career, or military service, or just ready to move from the 4th grade to the 5th grade? Our school district is heavily focused on human engagement. Employee engagement measures what we value, and we want to be the best place for teachers to teach, students to learn, employees to work, and parents to send their children. We are developing a culture of improvement, and all of our teams are working incredibly hard to make our classroom conditions better and our outcomes better for our students. In order to do this effectively, we have to be mindful, intentional, and constantly measure our systems in action. And it's the essence of improvement that guides our work every single day. In order to accomplish this, we have to establish clear goals that align with our purpose, our mission, vision, and values. We want every person throughout our organization to understand where they fit in the organization, what they need to do to be successful, and what steps they can take to be better each day. We have clear purposes so people know what is expected of them, so that we can operate as effectively and efficiently as possible to make the best use of our time, our energy, and money. Student success should not be dependent on which teacher they are assigned or which elementary school they attend. Our teachers should be using common curriculum, common best instructional practices, and common measurements to ensure that all of our students are engaged in the learning. Since execution is so critical to maximizing organizational and individual performance, leaders have to know what quality execution looks like. With execution, the key driver is accountability. In the Estacada School District, the word accountability means that you can count on me. It is important to realize that if we achieve accountability, the organization will also be consistent and reliable. Are we doing what we said we would do? In order to execute well, we need the right strategy and structure. However, it is execution that creates that consistency and reliability. In order to hold ourselves accountable to the Estacada community and the elected executive board of directors, our schools and leaders have created scorecards that are aligned with the long-term goals of the strategic plan. In year 3 of our strategic plan, our school district proudly hit 7 of 9 benchmarks. This was during the pandemic, wildfire, ice storm, and various other factors that impacted teaching and learning. Year 4 has proven equally as difficult. As you can see here, at the halfway mark, we have benchmarks that are either on track, which is indicated in green, have benchmarks where growth has been recorded but not yet achieving our goal, which is indicated in yellow. And we also have benchmarks where our school district has slid backwards, which is marked in red. Now, I am proud to say that because our school district's improvement mindset, the fact that we are pausing at the midpoint to analyze our data, our results, and our intentional strategies is absolutely excellent. Most public K-12 school districts do not perform this very important work. As your superintendent, I believe that you are lucky to have a school district that is capable of making adjustments based on the data being provided to us in real time. But that also means the responsibility is on us to make the necessary adjustments to close gaps, improve systems that aren't performing as we desire, and hold low performers accountable, and meet the benchmarks of our strategic plan. In our mid-year scorecard, there are 3 wins that I want to share and 2 areas that require intentional strategic adjustments from our entire school system. The first win, as you can see here, is student success. You can see as we ended the last school year, our school district, 72% of Estacada kids demonstrated proficiency in 100% of their essential learning standards. You can see right now, the data is fresh from last week, 77% of kids are reporting proficiency in 100% of their essential learning standards. This is an increase of 5%. Now, while that may not seem like a lot, 5% equates to 85 more children who are now performing at grade level that were previously not. This is closing gaps at its finest. While we are not quite at our goal, we celebrate each and every kid that we get across the finish line. The second win I'd like to share is our commitment to district services. You can see that at the beginning, the fall of this current year, the Estacada School District scored a 4.51 out of 5 on its district services survey. Since then, we have grown to a 4.66, and what that should mean to the people watching today is that our school district is committed to serving and supporting its leaders to be successful, to conduct high-value education to its kids. The third win I'm excited to share today is at the very bottom that you can see in green, and that is 3 consecutive years of 0 findings in our annual audit. The Estacada School District wants to be great fiscal stewards of the community's money. And as we continue to build transparent trust on how we handle each and every single taxpayer dollar, this should be evidence that Estacada's taxpayer dollars are being focused and spent appropriately on high levels of student learning. Now, there are 2 improvements that I'd like to share, and it's focused on some of the student data that is concern to our leadership team that will require us to make some immediate adjustments. The first is in student engagement. You will see that in October, students scored student engagement in our school as a 3.84 out of 5. Our goal by next January, the next 90 days, is for our kids to improve that score to a 3.94. You can see that this spring, our students in Estacada scored Estacada schools as a 3.85. This is a growth of 0.01, but we are still far from our mark. In today's presentation, you will see how each leader is planning to address these results and how we will measure the impacts of our change strategies. The second area for improvement comes from our up-to-date buildings and facilities pillar. Students are surveyed on the question, is my school clean? You can see that in October, our students scored this a 3.87 out of 5. This spring, that score has fallen 0.22. And over the next 90 days, our teams will develop new leader action plans to improve this score and get a better definition and understanding of what our students mean, of what clean means to them. Again, our school district is transparently sharing with our community the wins, the barriers, and the next steps of our intentional strategies and actions to achieve results. And the halfway mark of our strategic plan, year 4. We have room for improvement, and here is the systemic adjustments that you can expect from your school district in the next 90 days. And this is the bullseye that we will be aiming for as we improve together. So very quickly, as you can see this graphic, there are really 3 major aims of what you can count on your school district to do over the course of the next 90 days. And the first big aim really focuses on making our leader action plans more micro-focused. In our past, as we have grown and improved as improvers itself, we continue to make our goals broad and large. We believe in the next 90 days, if we can really pare down our improvement strategies to one specific thing that we think can make a small difference but leverage big things, should allow us to be more surgical in the changes that we're making to make greater improvements. The second big aim is developing measurements that are quick, frequent, and transparent, and directly connected to the action and strategy. As we continue to grow as improvers, we still look at the lagging data to determine if things are ultimately successes or failures. My challenge to our school district in the next 90 days is how can we create small, tiny measures directly linked to the small, tiny action plans so that we can see more real time, more frequently, if our change agents are having the desired impact. How can we keep data on the table more frequently? And then last, we would like to build and connect building level scorecards with the cycles of improvement that are occurring in the classroom. What the Estacada School District is doing with kids and teachers is really quite innovative. Teachers and kids are partnering with each other to establish learning goals. And over the course of 45 and 90 days, kids and teachers together are working through continuous improvement cycles to reach student learning goals together. I am excited over the course of the next 90 days for us to continue to bridge the connection between how our strategic plan and the work that's occurring inside our classroom each and every single day makes just a strong connection together as one. I'm very excited about the next 90 days of our school district, and I'm excited for the leaders inside our school district to share their story with you today. As originally started, there are 5 core pillars inside our strategic plan. And today you will get to meet the leaders who are responsible for the oversight of each school building, each school cost center, and each school department in achieving those pillars established to us by the community. I am excited to introduce Mr. Scott Sullivan, our Director of Teaching and Learning, as we talk about our student success pillar.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I am Scott Sullivan, Director of Teaching and Learning, and I want to thank everyone for being in attendance today. And I want to remind everyone that on our 5 pillars, all 5 pillars in our system are equally dependent on one another. And I don't want anyone to think that one pillar is more important than the other. We are all extremely valuable to the success of our entire system. The teaching and learning department has two big areas that they focus on, and one of those is student learning, and the other is working on our development of professional learning communities in the Rick and Becky DeFore model. Our goal for the essential learning standards in the student learning side is to have, by the end of 21-22 school year, 85% of students being proficient in 100% of their essential learning standards. How did we get here? That is a lofty goal. We saw earlier our data of last year was at 72%. We're now at 77%. We're hoping to get even higher before the end of this school year. And we are one of the unique pillars that our data ends at the end of the school year. That doesn't mean our work ends. In fact, you'll see that we are making a lot of plans and making a lot of decisions already based on what we're going to do next year to continue to reach our goals. One of the early wins we had in this pillar is that we decided that we needed more leading indicators, better data for us to make quicker and more responsive decisions and actions. Therefore, we got together and identified three major indicators of success brought to us by some of the work done out of the University of Chicago. And those three areas are identifying students' work completion, identifying students' attendance, and third, identifying students' proficiency towards our essential learning standards. That data is critical as we process and update the work that we are doing. The second big win for us is that we developed in-house an expansive dashboard that gives us the data on hand, updated weekly, all the way to the student level. I'm going to share with you some big picture data today, but I want everyone to know that each piece of data that I share today can also be found for students and subgroups of students, buildings, etc. This data is updated each week, and we are able to provide that to our buildings and teachers, and in some cases our students. What I'd like to share with you right here is one of the many graphs that we have in our weekly data. This particular graph indicates the data for the entire school year on the number of students who are at or below 80% meeting proficiency in essential learning standards. So our goal is 85% of our students to have 100%. This graph is indicating the students that are below our goal. And the good news is, as you look at it, you see a downward trend throughout the school year. Rough start? Yes. But since the start of the school year, you'll see a downward trend. That means that we are doing better every day. This work is done in order for our teachers, our administrators, to make instant changes and systemic changes as we evaluate the data on a regular basis. Another big win is that we are able to gather together in this very challenging time. The last 2 years have been difficult in public education. We all know that. But we have been able to set aside every 2 weeks a meeting between my team and our buildings as we discuss this data, make plans for next actions, and begin to collaborate on how to improve the work that we are doing. In addition to that, we bring all building leaders together every 2 weeks and have another discussion similar to the one that we do small, but now we're spreading the knowledge and the input throughout the district where every building leader is having an opportunity to share, collaborate, plan, and begin to proceed to improve the work that we are doing. This next graph is a graph that we like to use, and it just simply identifies the number of students who are at the 100% proficiency district-wide. This graph indicates on the left side, our first semester, we had 71% of our students meeting all standards. And second semester, it has bumped up to 77%. And I would like to do a quick shout out. Another win is our elementary school, Clackamas River Elementary. They are currently sitting at an 89% students who are 100% proficient. Okay, but there's kids that aren't there. So how do we identify them and what do we do next? This graph, again, we can see at a student level, building level, and department level. This is a big picture though, but this is a very important graph. This graph indicates the students that are within 10% of our goal, and that is in white. And the next darker color is 20% within the goal, and the darkest color there are students that are further behind. We use this data and identify these students by name in order for us to discuss quick interventions to help us get those students who are close, above the line, our goal, and to start making foundational changes for those students who are further apart or further away from reaching this goal. This data, again, helps us do two things: identify next steps, as well as it helps us understand that it's not out of the question, it's not out of reach for us to have more of our students, 85%, 90%, meet our goals. Last page, I wanted to talk about some more wins, and I just mentioned those already about having these meetings, and just to focus that we are maintaining and decreasing the learning gap. We do have some barriers, however, in student learning, and those barriers are part of making our data get deeper and deeper into our system. I look at this data every day. Others look at this data every day. We have some folks that don't look at the data but once a year or twice a year or maybe 4 times a year. And so one of the barriers that we're facing is trying to get the data in the hands of all users. That's students, staff, leaders, all participants, so that we can make the right decisions. In addition, one of our barriers talked about up there, and it's written, we have been slow to recognize that all students belong to all. Still, there's a cultural shift that we're trying to make. I don't have my students, these students in my class. All students are the system students, and we're all part of that system. And in order for us to really get the entire system up, we need to work and treat everyone as if we belong and they belong together. Some quick next steps for our student success pillar is our desire to bring these data deeper into the system. We already have some students using data. We have teachers using data. And we're going to continue to push that to be even increased at the school level through PDSAs or Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles that we're training and working with our students and teachers to develop and utilize as they set goals, evaluate their data, and make adjustments for improvement. The next big piece of our student success pillar is our work as professional learning communities in the Rick and Becky DeFore model of PLCs. Our goal this year, we developed our own survey 2 years ago, and this survey is given to every teacher in the district, and we asked for feedback about our PLC process and what we are doing. We have, in the fall, we had a score of 3.96 on that survey, overall mean score. Today at our midpoint, we are at a 3.98 mean score. We've seen a little bit of growth, but we still have a ways to go. But I wanted to share a quote from our survey. Our survey provides the opportunity for teachers to provide anonymous statements or comments. And I just wanted to share this one quote. Anonymous quote said, quote, "The amount of time we have to PLC is very helpful. The amount of opportunities to collaborate with my PLC team is helpful in ensuring my ability to meet the learning needs of my students. It is clear that the work that we are doing in our PLCs is affecting teachers, and our teachers are appreciating it and grasping it and holding on to it in hopes of continuous growth amongst their team." There are some barriers, however, in our PLC process. Even though we've been a model PLC school from Solution Tree for the last couple of years, we've also been working in professional learning communities for several years prior to that. However, we still have some barriers. One of those barriers is the constant training of new staff and new leadership as we have transitions into our district and transitions out of our district. So we must always continue to work on that training, that onboarding of our staff. In addition, we still have some mindsets that we need to try to adjust and shift to one that is more productive for a DeFore model PLC. You can see this in some of the comments, again, left by some of our teachers. Teacher number 1 stated, "Negative peer attitudes and others not willing to listen to others is a barrier." A second quote, "Our PLC does not hold other PLC team members accountable," unquote. So as you can see, even in the eyes of our teachers, we are seeing that there are some growth and areas of opportunities for us to improve. In order to do this, however, there will be times when we will have to, as leaders, have the difficult conversations with individuals to make sure that we're all on board as a system committed to excellence. So our next steps, again, are to continue our training, to continue developing our leaders, to have difficult conversations, and to continue to try and produce more collaboration and trust amongst our teams and amongst our community. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the next pillar of inclusive culture.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 90-day rollout. We're excited to be here. My name is Jason Hobson. I'm the Director of Student Services for the Estacada School District. And I'm here to talk about our strong and inclusive collaborative pillar, which is made up of 3 different components, one of them being student engagement, employee engagement, and district services. And you'll hear about district services and employee engagement from my friends and colleagues here in a minute. I'm going to talk a little bit about our student engagement. And student engagement is really the idea of listening to our students, hearing what they say about their experience here in the Estacada School District. And we've had some great wins, and I want to talk a little bit about that. So in particular, in the most recent survey, students have said that learning is important in their school. It was a 4.62, that's what we scored, which is a growth of 0.28. Which is huge growth. So that's a great celebration. Our students are saying it's important to them. They also said that they set learning goals and track their progress at a 4.36, which is a 0.6 improvement, which is huge. And that's talking about that deepening the cycles into the school and setting goals. So that is a huge recognition of the work that we're doing. So thank you. I also want to just highlight that we did take a little bit of a dip across the board, but we're right at the goal line that we had set. So we are doing great work together, and I just want to say that we are close, but we still have some work to do. And that's why we want to talk a little bit about barriers. As we all know, we are coming off of an unprecedented school year, the last couple of years. And some of the barriers that we are seeing is that our students are telling us that it has been challenging for them, and that that they are frustrated a little bit with being back in the school setting and are adjusting back into that learning style. And so we need to acknowledge that and build and maintain student positive routines. Student stamina, we need to, they're telling us that is an issue, that students are unable to maintain, in some cases, that learning style and addressing student complex needs. We also need to collect data that in real time helps us address and approach and support those individual student needs. Oops, sorry. So for the next steps in the student engagement pillar is to really deepen the engagement of our students, listening to their voice and engaging them in building leader action plans. A couple of examples about that have already taken place is that the Estacada High School has created student focus groups where they are telling the individual leaders what will work for them. And so engaging them more in that process is important. The middle school has already started talking about creating, again, a system to capture student voice, to help them as building leaders build those action plans that will be more meaningful to them. And then also we want to create a system, a data system, so that when we're having conversations as pillar leaders, that we can have our leaders answer the questions of, we know that this action step is working by filling in a blank of because of this data. So we want to build that process and that system to be micro-focused and have data that tells us that the action step is working. Again, we know that this has been challenging years for our students, so we want to broaden and diversify the support for individual students and system-wide to address the complex needs that some of our students are coming to us with. So those are the next 90-day focus areas as a pillar leader, working with our building administrators and leaders within the building and listening and capturing student voice. This time, I'm going to introduce Kelly Hayes, and she's going to talk about employee engagement. Thank you.
Good morning. In the last 90 days, our leaders have been diligently working on leader action plans. Our district set a goal to reach a score of 4.28 in the fall of 2022. Today, our staff have measured our employee engagement score at a 4.15. Our fall score was a 4.23. It is important to remember that this is the first cycle. While it has come to a close, it is only the halfway point to obtaining our goal of a 4.28. We are measuring actions and their impact on our overall score. The big win we can celebrate now is we know what actions we tried that did not directly correlate to an improvement in the overall score, and we can now show this with evidence. The Studer model teaches us that it is okay to fail as long as we are failing forward. Failing forward means we tried something, we evaluated if it worked, and we adjusted based on the numbers. As we move towards increasing cycles of improvement in our classrooms and to our students, it is critical to know that even if the action didn't have the desired effect, it is okay. In fact, it is more than okay. We are making adjustments based on our data, and that is what continuous improvement is all about. All the departments that saw a slight decrease in the score had less than a 0.5 change. However, we saw 3 departments with an increase. Clackamas River increased by 0.38, facilities increased by 0.02, and student services increased by 0.65. A theme in our leader action plans has been a focus on increasing collaboration and communication, especially when it comes to ensuring our employees know and understand the expectations for their specific job. Student services saw this 0.65 increase specifically due to their leader action plan of updating job descriptions and expectations for our school psychologists and our speech-language pathologists. This work was done in collaboration with the teams, so all voices and perspectives were captured. We pulse-checked and rounded along the way, and it is a win we can celebrate for all. During this time, we are proud to say we are also recognized once again for being an Oregonian top workplace for 2021. We are the only school district in the state of Oregon to do this 2 years in a row. Another big win we can celebrate is the participation rate in the survey itself. Even though our employee engagement score is currently lower than it was in the fall, we had a 98% participation rate across the district. Our employees have determined that our biannual survey collection is an avenue for collaboration and providing input, ensuring all voices are heard. Next on to our barriers. Our barrier throughout the last 90 days has been focused on the data collection itself. How to best capture the data that quickly tells us what we need to continue or stop doing. We also saw instances where the data we were capturing was trending upwards and even surpassing our goals, but when the survey time came, the numbers did not align. In the next 90 days, we will work closely with leaders to identify key measurements to help us make quicker adjustments. We will keep our action steps simple and identify the data measures along with the action item, keeping that simple and manageable. We will celebrate the small wins along the way because we know from Principle 5 from Studer, it is important to focus on employee engagement. We will celebrate wins, acknowledge hard work, and we recognize the aligned behaviors. We know our teams are working hard. They have been focused on actions that increase employee voice, collaboration, and ensuring employees have clear expectations from supervisors. We are so thankful to them and to be a part of this team. Next up will be Lisa Akins to share about our district services. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Good morning. Can you hit that? There you go. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Kelly just indicated, I'll be talking about district services, which is the final segment of the strong, inclusive, and collaborative culture pillar. It's made up of 11 departments, some having direct connection with our ultimate goal of student engagement and student success. Others have indirect connection, however, it's just as important as hitting that target. In fall of 2021, these 11 departments reached the rating of 4.51. In our continuous improvement journey, once hitting that score of 4.5, it turns more into a maintaining level. However, for this group, 4.51 was not good enough. As you'll see by our slides, our overall district services achieved an increase of 0.15. 11 of our 11 departments are now scoring between 4.41 to 4.79 out of 5. 9 of the 11 departments showed a 90-day increase of 0.10 to 0.41, and a shout out to our technology department for that 0.41. They took their information from their fall survey, they analyzed the data, and they created some serious leader action plans to make that difference by their boots on the ground and also implementing a new tech ticketing system for direct communication to the end user. Our spring survey, Pulse Check, indicates a 4.66 out of 5 rating with a 70.9% of all responses being very good, which is the highest service rating. Both of these ratings, the 4.66 and the 70.9, are the highest to date on any district services survey. So a big shout out to all teams. It's a great win. Okay, but with our wins also comes barriers or opportunities for improvement. During the last 90 days, our barriers have been collected via themes through rounding. Leader action plans, are we really connecting to that big aim? Are we creating the right plans to engage our students? Are we hardwiring our standards of excellence through our departments? And how do we support leaders in their efforts to measure improvement in their classroom cycles? Another barrier is our communication with our leaders. The interdepartment and building roundings need to be more collaborative so we can make sure that we're on the right track to support them. Our measurement tools. Some departments have qualitative data only. We need to find more quantitative data to assist us in knowing if what we are doing truly is making a difference and an impact. Whether it's positive or negative, if we've learned anything during our continuous improvement is a shift in mindset that failing forward is actually an incredible gift to help us improve. Final barrier is time. Slow, meaningful data and a timeline for expectations. There's not enough data for the now. Intermittent pulse checks throughout this last 90 days didn't bring meaningful data for us. And we're having to wait for these bigger surveys, this lagging data. Also, another barrier was our timeline expectations. When someone comes to one of our departments for a service or a product, we need to be able to communicate better to them about the timeline that we expect to be able to deliver that product or service. So what are our next steps? How are we going to fix all of this? Collect that instant data. It's become a real theme, at least through this pillar, that's what we need to do. We need to use our barriers to create opportunities. We need to do deep dives into our leader action plans and break them down and find the measures, whether they're big or small, that will bring the data to the forefront sooner. Maybe through PDSAs, short-term goals. We got to get there. Analyze those results to adjust. Analyze the data, look for the opportunities to adjust where necessary, and possibly, if necessary, abandon at the 30 or 45-day mark. We need to throttle down. With a 4.66 rating, what we're hearing is they're telling us that we are doing great work. We need to continue that level of service and support no matter what. It's more important now as we continue through our journey and as this gets deeper into our organization. Rounding. Jason alluded to it a little bit more earlier. We're going to be more intentional about seeking out the questions that directly are related to leader action plans to find out if that data is truly working. We need to gather the short-term wins. We need to be intentional and look for them and celebrate them. This isn't always behavior that has been instilled in all of us as leaders, and it's very obvious by the 582 thank yous that these 11 departments have given out over these last 90 days. And finally, our gratitude and appreciation to everyone. As we end with our pillar update, the three of us, Jason, Kelly, and myself, just want to express our gratitude and appreciation to all of you for being part of this journey. You're doing a great job. Your aligned leadership is evident. You are truly inspiring us every day. We're looking forward to another great 90 days with all of you. And so I'd like to introduce now Maggie Kelly with our Engaged Families and Community pillar.
There we go. Thank you, Lisa. I'm Maggie Kelly, the Communications Director for the Estacada School District, and I'm excited to be talking about the Engaged Families and Community pillar today. So our overarching goal for the Engaged Families and Community pillar was to get a 4.07 on our parent satisfaction survey that we send out twice a year. In spring, we sent this out and we got a 3.96. So there is significant work to do before the fall. We are aware of it and we're ready to do the work. Despite that, I do want to communicate some wins that we had. So the scores for that survey, 2 of them went up substantially, and I do want to notice those. One is my child is recognized for good work and behavior in the school, and another is I received positive phone calls and emails about my child from the school. The second one that I noted there was one of the 2 lowest scoring items last fall, and we assigned a lot of work and action plans to address that item. And we did see improvement, so I do want to celebrate that. It is no longer one of our 2 lowest scoring items district-wide. I also wanted to share a brief story that illustrates why this is so important. So this is from the Transportation Department, which is really just evidence that this improvement science work has reached every single corner of our district. We had a transportation bus driver that had a little bit of distance between a family and students. They were struggling to connect with this family, and the student needed some behavioral supports. We put an action plan in place that bus driver was going to connect via phone with that family every time their student had a positive experience on the bus. These may be few or far between. This might be every day. To this date, from fall to spring, that is one of their most rewarding and closest relationships is with that family. Every bus ride is a good bus ride now, and that family is receiving a lot of positive phone calls. So for that family, creating those action plans made a difference, and that is why we're here to do what we are doing. Another win that I wanted to recognize is that building leaders and district leaders have really leaned into innovative ways of reaching out to and engaging families. We are utilizing Facebook Live events more than ever before, not just due to the pandemic, but we are a geographically vast district of 750 square miles. So if families can tune in via Facebook Live and get the information that we need, but that they need, that's a win. Our Facebook Live all-in episodes are averaging over 800 views each. That is 800 people that we are able to touch.
We have 6th grade transition nights. We have updates on curriculum that you are all able to access from home. Now moving on to the barriers. I did mention that we have a lot of work to do before fall. So what are some of those barriers that are keeping us from achieving 4.07 that we need to work through? One is that our parent continuous improvement participation decreased by 12%. I'll get into a little bit more of that later on our next steps, but we do want to ensure that we are hearing from every stakeholder, so we need to continue to engage and communicate differently with our families to increase their participation. Another barrier is that our overall score declined from what we had was a 4.02 down to the 3.96. And the declining score for the lowest scoring item was I regularly receive feedback from school on how well my child is learning, which is a core tenet of what we need to do in engaging families, is ensure that they know how their child's academic progress is coming along. So we have some barriers to bridge the gap there. Another barrier, as some other pillars mentioned, is collecting frequent data as opposed to just formative surveys. We get these surveys twice a year from families, but our buildings and our departments struggle to get real-time data that allows us to adjust our actions on the fly and impact families sooner than twice a year. And lastly, our next steps. What are we planning to do about it in the next 90 days? One is utilizing parent rounding as a tool to collect more of that preliminary data from families. This is something that we can hardwire into our buildings, into our offices, picking up the phone, as I talked about earlier, and having connections with families and seeing what they need, what adjustments we can make, and making those quickly. Another next step is continuing to strengthen the ties between the classroom and home. That is a comment that we heard consistently on the parent satisfaction survey, is that they want to know what's going on in their child's classroom, not just from the building level or the district level. So this is another thing that we have to focus on, and finding action plans that effectively address that concern from families. And lastly, increasing parent exposure to continuous improvement work. Events like this are so essential. I hope people are able to watch this on YouTube, but just ensuring that families know that we are committed to working on their feedback, that their feedback is valuable, so we can work to increase survey participation, increase rounding, and increase the amount of feedback that we get from them so that we can make more accurate actions based off of their feedback. And then families also knowing that when they do give us feedback, that we listen and we will work on it and we will address their concerns. So with that, I will pass it on to Executive Director of Operations, Mike Ware, and the updated Buildings and Facilities pillar.
All right. Good morning. I'm Mike Ware, Executive Director of Operations for the Estacada School District, and today I'll be presenting on the up-to-date Buildings and Facilities pillar. At the beginning of this cycle, we set a score to score a 3.98 on the My School is Clean question with the Student Engagement Survey. And I want to tell a little bit about our story during this process. As mentioned earlier, we have some work to do. The spring survey results indicate that we are at a 3.65 from our student voice. However, there are some wins to note, and which I'm going to talk about right now. Building leaders and as well as the departments created intentional actions to support the pillar. For example, our middle school implemented a cleaning program which assigns students to clean after meal service or during certain periods of the day. Our elementaries implemented a golden plunger and a golden tray program, which created an incentive to clean the restrooms and clean the cafeteria, and through other shout outs, which also created a very healthy competition apparently. We did see some growth as well as another win. CRE, our Clackamas River Elementary and Middle School, did indicate some growth over the 90 days, but again, we still have some work to do. And then finally, we're getting better at collecting the right data. But most notably, to talk about some more direct and indirect actions that supported this pillar directly, our facilities department completed work orders are at an all-time high. Our IT department completed over 600 help desk tickets in the month of September and continue to exceed. Indirectly, our student services department added a question to the IEP services survey to ask if their school is clean, which we're starting to collect better data on. And our teaching and learning department, again, indirectly, has been able to implement other communications in their Monday Musing articles. And again, we're trying to get better at collecting that data to make better decisions. So some barriers or opportunities, making the connection to the why. We know that the students were cleaning the middle school because they were doing it, correct? But are we making the connection on why we're asking them to do that? Are we bringing the connection to our elementaries? We know that the monthly operation videos have a high viewership throughout the district, throughout the community, but is it making that change? And so we need to find that connection as we go into the next 90 days. Finding that change agent to improve, to make the connection. Again, Monday Musings. We know that we're communicating, we're talking about the cleanliness of our buildings, we're doing shout outs to our custodians, but it's an indirect, and we don't believe we need to make some adjustments to make more of a direct change. Ultimately, we found out that the evidence is showing that what we're doing is not working, which is a great fail forward. It's an opportunity to adjust our systems, to adjust our practices, and to move forward on a new plan. So what are some of those next steps? Collecting more student voice. We've already completed 3 student forums at the high school, and we plan on doing some more engagement with our employee, our operation videos as well. And so we're collecting more voice to see what clean means to those students, to our students at the elementary levels and our secondary levels. Increase the frequency of the why. Why are we cleaning? Why are we asking you to clean after meal service? Why is it important? And how can we empower our students to take accountability and ownership of their building? And deploy our vice principals, other leaders within our district to support this pillar. How can our lead maintenance support this pillar? How can our lead managing cook support this pillar? And so working with the department directors, our building leaders on really deepening the system for this pillar is a goal for the next 90 days. And then continue making adjustments and strengthening our systems. And now I'd like to introduce Christina Irish, our Director of Finance, who will be speaking about the next pillar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Hi, I'm Christina Irish. I'm the Director of Finance, and I'm here to talk to you about the Sustainable Finances and Accountability pillar. For the 2021-22, we did have some wins that I'm going to mention. The first is we were able to maintain a healthy fund balance. This helped us throughout the year. We were able to offer hiring incentives to our bus drivers. We were able to have a higher sub rate than our average state rate, and this was able to bring us additional subs, and we hired additional staff to meet staffing shortages and support our students. The next one is finding different ways to share the district's finance story. Some ways we were able to do that is by the Inside Estacada News. We have a monthly finance update. We also had the Superintendent's Roadshow, which he met with key departments and also the City Council at Estacada, the City of Estacada. And this is helping build a vibrant community. And finally, some of our key grants, our ESSER 3, we had updates on our employee forums. We also, I'm happy to say, as Superintendent Carpenter said, we were able to have another successful audit. Our 3rd year in a row was 0 findings. Along comes that is our barriers. As mentioned, our goal for our employee engagement, our score dropped from 4.03 to 3.82 for the question, the superintendent manages district finances appropriately. While this is discouraging, it is also a great opportunity to make adjustments to our leader action plans and ask more questions. The next is our communication about our different pots of money. School business finance is different, and it's important that we share and communicate how that works, especially when big decisions are made, to be in front of the messaging and help our employees and our community understand how that impacts them. They are the ones that are helping us share that message, so we want to make sure that information is shared correctly. Finally, as you've heard many, collecting the right data and making adjustments. As we were gathering data, we found that we were receiving different outcomes than our employee engagement survey showed. So really digging in there and finding out the questions to ask. So our next steps is, again, to review current leader action plans. Make sure that, check with them and make adjustments. Ask the right questions and see what measurements we need to make. During roundings, ask more questions, the hows, the whys, the whats, the whens, to help leaders make adjustments. And finally, we're working to streamline services to improve our finance transparency. Some of the ways we're doing this is we're going to be working on creating how-to videos to support staff with key finance functions. And also, we're working on creating some electronic documents to speed up turnaround to support our buildings and departments. Next up, I'd like to introduce Amy Hudson, principal at the Estacada High School.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Amy Hudson, principal at Estacada High School, and I'm anxious to share our story of improvement. It really is probably more of a fail-forward journey so far, but one that has been really exciting to have the opportunity recently to kind of pause. This is a really busy time of year, and to just have this opportunity to pause and look back at the growth that we have made, and probably the most exciting part is to realize the things that aren't working so that we don't keep doing them. So starting off, here is our scorecard. You can see, I can barely see it on my screen, so you can see that we have a lot of growth to go. It has been the journey of the high school, I think more than anything, is right now in the middle of a change of culture, really focusing on transforming our culture to a co-ownership of learning amongst the adults and the students and families that make up our high school community. And so with that goal in mind, I know that even though our scores don't show exactly where we want to be, we're on the right path. So obviously we're here to celebrate and learn in alignment with our strategic plan. So our successful students, we had 3 strategic actions underneath our essential learning standard area for successful students. The one was we had created a success teams this year based off of grade level homerooms in alignment with the readiness indicators that Mr. Sullivan had already talked about earlier this morning. And so we were using those readiness indicators of work completion, essential learning standard proficiency, and attendance in grade level teams on a biweekly basis to really use the data to identify students that were at risk, provide interventions, and document outcomes, and then adjust accordingly. And so that was our first strategic action under successful students. An additional one was our athletic department implemented a in-house academic eligibility protocol and we're tracking that progress, and I'll talk about the outcomes of that in just a moment. And then additionally, an instructional focus areas that were identified and developed, and that was what we learned very quickly is that our strategic actions for our successful students were very broad and very vague, but I'll get to barriers in a minute. As a result, and Mr. Sullivan alluded to this as well earlier, as of Monday, 51.82, so nearly 52% of students at the high school were proficient in 100% of the essential learning standards identified for their courses. And I had included a couple of graphics in this because one thing that we are appreciating at the high school around that readiness indicator dashboard is the ability to really truly drill down to the student. It's another layer of data that we can bring to the table to be able to identify the needs of students and how we need to adjust what we're doing in order to better serve our students. So those were just a couple of examples. So some wins. We obviously at the high school level are really focused on our 9th grade success and our freshman on track data. And so I just wanted to celebrate that because it's been such a huge accomplishment for the high school. Our class of 2025, which are our current 9th graders, ended their first semester at 48% of our students on track to graduate. And so that number was better than what we had seen last year at the end of the year, actually. And currently, 65% of our students, our freshman students, are on track for graduation. So that's a huge accomplishment. And I talked about last year, our current sophomores ended their freshman year 48% on track. And at the end of this first semester, they were 61% on track. And while that's still not where we want to be, we're closing that gap. That's evidence that we are doing what needs to be done to close that gap. Our success teams have had the opportunity to implement systematic interventions based on that readiness indicator data. I just wanted to shout out Kate Dean. She is our instructional coach, and she has been absolutely instrumental in everything that is above in that data. She is such an asset to the high school. And our athletic department, this was something new this year, is that we implemented an in-house eligibility for academic eligibility for our student athletes. And just a quick data point, at the beginning of our winter season, out of the 99 students that were participating in winter sports, 48% of them were academically ineligible. And our athletic department worked alongside teachers and coaches, and within that 4 weeks, only 8 of those students were still academically ineligible. And so, and going forward from them, because there's now been some consistency in that program, we're trending on much lower numbers on those warning weeks. We have a warning week and then an eligible week, and it's every other week. And so that's a huge win, just that we've put a system in place. We're monitoring that system and adjusting as it goes. And so that's definitely something that we'll be adopting and carrying forward. So barriers. Our success teams, while they were well-intentioned, it's a slow process, and it's not something that we're seeing is fruitful, taking it forward. It was separate from the PLC work instead of being embedded into the PLC work. And so you'll see that we're gonna abandon that for next year. And then our instructional areas, I talked a little bit about how vague everything was, and our instructional focus areas will be identified and developed. That was our strategic action. And looking back, that wasn't effective. There was no clarity in what that expectation looked like, nor any way to measure how it was being implemented. And the ownership and accountability, because there was a lack of clarity and follow through really, was lacking. And so we're working through that adjustment. So next steps, what are we gonna do in the regards to successful students? We're gonna abandon success teams next year. We've learned that it's not something that's effective. It's effective, but not in the scope that we need it to be something that we're spending so much time and energy in. And we're really going to lean into our PLCs to do the work of analyzing that data and identifying student needs. And not most importantly, but really a focus for us next year is that, or in the next 90 days, I should say, that doesn't necessarily start next year, it starts today. The collaborative pedagogical adjustments that come from that PLC collaboration. And I included in my presentation really how we're going to measure as we go, because that's been something that I will be very transparent in the fact that it hasn't been a strong factor in my leader action plan the last 90 days. And so really want to make sure that that focus is there on how we're going to measure what we're doing so we know if it's working or not. We're going to adjust our athletic academic program, but continue that. We really want to dive deeper into the work with coaches and that accountability, and then how we're going to utilize our read days next school year to support that program. We're going to also adjust our instructional norms and focus, and that's the development that will occur with the building admin and our instructional coach to ensure that there's rubrics of implementation for what we expect instructionally to happen in each classroom every day. And then we're going to adjust the leadership team. This year, I tried a different approach and it failed. And so we're going to make adjustments to our leadership team next year as well. Successful students, as we talked about PLCs, our strategic action for our PLC was to implement and record short cycles of improvement, our PDSAs. And this year, at the 90-day mark in January, we also made an adjustment because the building leadership team wasn't necessarily comprised of a member of each PLC. We pivoted and created a PLC leadership team, which was in conjunction with the building leadership team. And so it was a great pivot to make. It also empowered a lot of new people within the building, which was a positive. And they were able to really start to dive in and lead that PDSA work within their PLCs, which eventually has cascaded down into the classrooms as well. So while we're not where we need to be yet, we at least have started. So wins, we can gather, this is from our PLC survey that the district provides our employees. So we're gathering the evidence to define if each student is learning. That's a positive. They're communicating learning expectations with students on a daily basis. This is across the district data. They're comfortable collaborating with their peers in conversation to improve the learning for all students in their classroom. And I would say, I believe Mr. Sullivan touched on it, but expanding that to not just the students that we're serving in our classrooms, but all students that walk our halls. This adjustment that we made in our PDSAs, as I said, gave teachers an opportunity, the PDSAs that were occurring in PLCs gave teachers an opportunity to practice that work, and now that that's cascaded into the classroom with students, we're seeing more intentionality around data-driven decisions, and also really starting to foster that co-ownership of learning that's occurring. You know, we're doing plus deltas with students in classrooms, and teachers are implementing quadrant exercises to really ask students how their experience is going in their classroom and what's working and what's not. So a lot of great wins to celebrate. Barriers, we're still working on feeling confident in those conversations that make us vulnerable as educators in our own practices. And then, as I said earlier, we're still working on the culture at the high school, and it has been a barrier in really authentic buy-in and implementation of the DeFore model PLCs. And so we're aware of that and we're working on it. Next steps, we're gonna adapt our PLC notes to include that PDSA process. We've already done that, but we're gonna continue to refine that process in collaboration with our PLC leaders. Creating and implementing this was something that came out of our rollout, so this came from teachers. Create and train and implement a normed protocol as part of the data analysis process that structures introspective adult change. So there was a lot of conversation during our rollout around how we can adjust the sphere of influence, we can adjust what we do, and that therefore will trickle down through the system. And then we're gonna abandon success teams, as I already mentioned. We don't need to repeat that. So moving on to our employee engagement, we had 2 strategic actions. Admin will, and again, you'll notice the vagueness of these actions. Admin will promote collaboration and clear communication with staff, and instructional expectations will be provided to staff that are aligned with building and district priorities. We did have a little dip in our our employee engagement data at a 4.17. And so while we never want to see a dip in data, we know why, and so that's the important part. So wins from our survey, my principal demonstrates genuine concern for my welfare, meetings are effective and productive, and the best use of available funds is being, staff are feeling good about the way that we're spending our money to serve students and support staff in our building. But I did want to just highlight a win is that over the past 2 years, there's been a 0.35 increase at the high school in just the employee engagement scores. So really proud of the work that the team is doing to support everyone in the building. Barriers, it's the feedback, and we know that, I know that, we're working on it, and so both the feedback on strengths and areas for improvement, and then also a barrier is building that trust and that open and two-way communication with, between all stakeholders within the district. So next steps, this again comes from employee voice through the rollout process. We're going to adopt, we've been doing a not quite weekly, but a periodic what right looks like communication, and staff overwhelmingly said they are loving that and they want to see more of it. So really hardwiring that into the practice in the building to ensure that we're highlighting what right looks like and celebrating those small wins and those aligned behaviors. Also, we're going to implement some work at the beginning of the year around Danielson framework and instructional frameworks that are aligned, and also do a focused feedback format framework that will kind of hopefully keep all those arrows in a straight line. And then working through rounding. Teachers really staff value the rounding process and ensuring that rounding, that we take time to touch base on district initiatives and major decisions and then cascade that information both ways. Okay. Student engagement. This is probably my favorite one. We had 2 strategic actions at the beginning of our 90-day cycle. Positive acknowledgement of students school-wide. So this again came from students. They wanted to see honor roll acknowledgements come back and attendance awards and staff shout-outs. And then consistency among their discipline, like consistent discipline accountability for behaviors that are unacceptable. And at the high school, we had a bumpy start to the beginning of the year with just staffing, and so I'm really excited that we've been able to provide some consistency, and I've got a little bit of data to back that up. But you can see going at our chart of student engagement, students are feeling good. We're seeing positive growth in that area, and so I think that we're in a really good position to be able to take that momentum and build on it. All right, some of our wins. From our student engagement survey, they are loving the special area, the additional classes that they have. They feel that really provides them with a comprehensive high school experience. Learning, and I know that I believe Jason touched on this, but learning is important at my school. And you'll see this in our student and our parent survey, that this is a message that is being shared from staff to students and staff to parents and hopefully students to parents. And then they're appreciating the leadership within the building as well. Honor roll video, I thought I filled in that blank, I apologize, has been, we tried something new in the, shifting through the pandemic. We decided to do an honor roll video, so shout out to Josh Gray, thank you for your help with that. And that highlighted all of our students that received honor roll in the first semester, and it has been viewed well over 800 times on YouTube. So it was, we got really good feedback from students and families around that new practice. Another thing that we've taken on at the high school and want to celebrate is that since April 5th, so only 5 or 6 weeks, the high school staff have written over 200 thank you cards to students. And so it's really great, to be able to see, no one even gets mail anymore anyway. So the fact that students are getting something handwritten from their teachers, I think has really made a positive impact. And in reference to the consistency and discipline, we've created since December a discipline referral system that closes that communication loop and also tracks the data around student incidents and consequences. And so real quick, just to highlight some of the data that we've seen in the beginning of this implementation. In December, which we all know is a short school month, we had 29 discipline incidents in that 2-week time. And then as we've gone through the months, we're seeing a significant decrease in our referral system, which tells us that the accountability and the consistency in there is helping our student body and our teachers. So barriers, I think you'll probably see this as a common theme, but students are respectful to one another at our school is a really low and concerning score. And so we are really looking forward to having the opportunity to engage with both adults and students to work through improving that area. And then teachers ask me how I learn best was another low scoring area. And through our rollout process, we were able to gather some input to be able to work through this improvement in these areas. So teachers, our next steps with teachers ask me how I learn best. Teachers are currently rounding with students on a bi-weekly to bi-weekly basis. And so embedding a learning inventory or some other tool that we can use that will really point blank ask students, how do you best learn? Or also, especially with our 9th grade success course that we're gonna have, is illustrating for students what learning styles there are, what different ways to advocate for yourself. So working in that collaboration mode with our students to ensure that we're meeting their needs. And the students are respectful to each other at our school, working through as a staff, as adults in our district, we have a standards of excellence, and so rolling that type of a model out with our students, Ranger Pride, and working through what does right look like as a student at Estacada High School, and then systematically ways to be able to celebrate that amongst student body, but then also out to our families. And then just a small adjustment. Oh, that's on our next slide, never mind. And actually, one thing that really came out of our rollout to employees was a focus on changing the adult behavior to impact our student behavior. And I think that, again, this speaks to the change in culture that's occurring at the high school. Our teachers and our staff really said that they want to do a better job of learning how to, but also addressing and interrupting unaligned behaviors that are occurring with our students. So we're going to work through that as well. Our engaged families and parents, we really wanted to work on our communication through standards-based learning and reporting, and also that the consistent classroom practices to support student growth. And again, fairly vague. We did see a dip in our parent engagement. However, there were some definite wins. Our families are feeling respected at Estacada High School. They feel like their students have exactly what they need to be successful, and that learning is a high priority. And again, I think that that's something really to celebrate, that the message is coming through, that learning is a priority at Estacada. They also really liked our new approaches as far as the honor roll celebration, the video highlighting, and as I said, there you go, I put the data in there. Barriers. We are still that feedback. Parents are wanting to know more frequently how their students are doing at the high school, and then not only how their child is learning, but also hearing positives. Another barrier that we're experiencing is we had about 98 parents take the survey, and it wasn't a great sample size to be able to give us enough data, but we're going to work on what we have. So next steps for us is when we're going to work with technology to send out progress reports on a more bi-weekly basis. That's a practice that was probably pre-pandemic, because our teachers are working really hard to make sure that Power School is kept up to date. And so if we can just get it in front of families on an ongoing basis, hopefully that will at least give them the information when it's available, when it's convenient for them, and then be able to start that two-way communication. And then just a quick adaption that we can make is the thank you cards that we're sending to students. We're hand delivering them in classes. We can mail them home. I think we all have experienced backpacks or lockers that is like the abyss. And so if we can just make that one simple tweak to take those shout outs and be able to share them with families, at least get them into a mailbox, I think that that's something that we can quickly do to share those celebrations with families. So I want to invite Vice Principal Leah Rydell. She's going to talk about our up-to-date buildings and facilities.
Thank you, Amy. Over the past couple of weeks, I have been collaborating with Mike Ware on up-to-date buildings and facilities at Estacada High School. And we've been meeting with several student groups to get their voice and hear what they have to say about how we can improve the cleanliness in their perception of what that means at our school. Our strategic action is to utilize student voice to create the list of improvement projects that will be addressed. Our results at 3.14 was a decrease, slight decrease, and so part of our work meeting with these student groups, we're hoping to see, as we gather their voice and their ideas, if we can get their co-ownership of our space and their co-leadership in helping to come up with ideas around and support each other to help improve the practices at the building that will increase perception around my school as a clean and up-to-date facilities. Some wins in response to student voice. The maintenance and facility department have made lots of repairs at EHS. We've improved our locker room showers. Our women's restrooms are improved, repaired, clean, and all of the restrooms have stall doors, privacy walls installed in them. Some barriers that we have run into and that we've heard through our student voice groups as well, part of it is the age of the building. And again, as I mentioned, and as Mike mentioned, I think a perception around the idea of what is clean as opposed to what is updated or current, and how facilities and older buildings can sometimes maybe not, the students may not see it as clean, but it might be fine. Some next steps through student focus groups, as we have already said several times. We are hoping to gather student voice on these projects and improvements, and we believe that will help improve our learning environment and the priorities and prioritize those improvements. Thanks.
And just our last strategic action is around sustainable finances and accountability. And so again, there was some vagueness to our clearly communicate the what, why, how will be used when communicating financial decisions whenever possible to include staff input. And you can see that that's been an area that has kind of has a wave to it in our data. And so we're gonna work with our finance department and district leadership, but this is an area that we just continue to seek the need for improvement. It's clear that what we are doing isn't working. And so the perception of funds is definitely a barrier as far as what is being spent, the lack of understanding maybe on how funds must be spent, knowing that there's certain funds that must be allocated for certain projects, and an ongoing but improving lack of trust that we're working through as a system. So next steps, we really want to continue to lean into our rounding to utilize, to identify needs, solicit feedback when possible prior to major spending, and lean on building leadership to voice those needs. So really ensuring that that rounding process is going in both directions, it's cascading both ways. And so, I'm super excited again just for the opportunity to be able to take this time to reflect and really look forward to the next 90 days, because I think the next time that we're standing here, we're going to have a lot more wins to share for the high school. So I'd like to welcome the Rivermill team.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Berman. I am the principal at Rivermill Elementary.
And I'm Trevor Steering, Vice Principal at River Elementary. Go Timbers!
Okay, we are excited to share the story of Rivermill. We have some wins, we have some areas that we would like to improve on, but all in all, we are really proud and honored to share our scores. Rivermill has typically maintain some high scores. Our scale is a 1 to 5, and we tend to stay in the high 4s. The challenge around that is how do you keep maintaining those scores? You don't get to see as much growth, but you get to celebrate the fact that you continue to stay at that high level. And River Mill really shows that through their actions every day with students, which is an exciting piece that we get to share today. So with our essential learning standards, we really focused on the readiness indicators, and that was our big focus for our action steps that we worked on. So our attendance team would meet bi-weekly and really look at it student by student, put together an action plan of what they were going to do to support students who were not regularly attending school. So that was a big part of our system at River Mill. And then we also created our Tier 2 and 3 teams. So every Thursday afternoon, we were looking at that data. Teachers were handed a slip of paper that showed students that were falling below that 80% proficient and looked at it in all the different areas of attendance, missing assignments, and proficiency, and came up with a game plan, and that was a big piece to our success. We also have our amazing instructional coach, Lindsay Fullenwider, who played a big part in that. But we were weekly looking at this data and making plans and strategic actions with specific students in mind. And with that, our results right now, as of Monday, we are sitting at an 82% proficient across the board, which we're really excited about where our students are at in their proficiency of their essential learning standards. So we're looking forward to see how that ends with semester 2, but we're just really thankful that, number one, we know where our students are at, and if the ones that are struggling aren't there yet, we have a plan, we've identified that, and we know what we're gonna do moving forward, and because of that, systematically, we are increasing our overall scores. We have some big wins. We have, like I said, the tier things in place, our attendance, and our collaborative PLC teams that are making a big difference in the work that we're doing. And because of that, we're seeing those overall scores increase. Barriers that we have is just attendance is still an issue, especially in our kindergarten classes. Trying to get those kids ready to be in school every day, showing up on time, ready to be students can be a challenge. And so we are continuing to work on making sure that our students are here every day. And with that, our teachers are really working on how they spend their mornings in their morning meetings, connecting with students, really checking in on them and making them part of the community at our school and feel like this is the place they want to be. So when they wake up in the morning, they're like, I want to be at school today because of those relationships and pieces that we have in place. So we're going to keep working on that. And we just brought back also our Friday morning assemblies in person, which has been amazing. And we've been hearing from our students that they can't wait for Friday morning, which is a great day to be at school because of those assemblies. So just little pieces that we're trying to do to overcome the barrier of students not attending school. So next steps, we are going to continue to work on our PDSA cycles. We really practiced that this year and worked on what they look like, how we do this, and how we document and track what we're doing and make adjustments on that. So we want to get better at that because that's where we can really take it student by student, figure out the areas that we need to improve on, and come up with those action steps. So it's just going to help us get better at looking at our data in a timely manner, in a way that gives us time to adjust so that we can really make an impact with our students.
Thank you. In reference to our PLCs, we had some strategic action plans, which were to make sure that the agenda was sent out ahead of time so that everybody knew what was going on, as well as maybe a member that might have been absent. We also wanted to make sure that everybody had a role in the PLC, and so that we could also go deeper in focusing on question 3 and 4, which was looking at interventions and extensions for students. And then also, obviously, focusing on the data and what strategies worked and did not work. And we feel that this was an increase of a 0.12, just because, again, we made it systematic in the PLC meetings and that opportunity to go deeper into question 3 and 4. Some wins in our PLC, they're comfortable engaging in a collaborative conversation about the students in the classroom, the level of knowledge of training, consistency across the growth progress for each student, and then to gather the evidence to define what each student's current level of learning was. And we felt that these were high wins because we set it as a priority, and the time was set there to make it a priority. And we also revisited the Dufour model PLC process and made it crystal clear so that each team knew. Some barriers that we noticed, or one actually, was that I engage members of the PLC and hold our members accountable for the kind of results that fuel continual improvement. Teams said this was a low area, so we said, okay, what can we do for that? Which flows right into our next steps, and that is teams will, when they feel needed, take the time to collaborate on work or assessment samples just to make sure that they are calibrated and there's no variation in the scoring. We also identified that teams will take time to continuously build relationships and trust within our PLCs. In order to hold each other accountable, you have to build the relationship, and we want them to take that time to build those relationships so that if they're having to have those tough conversations or even just show empathy towards each other, it's right there readily available because they've built those relationships.
Okay, with our inclusive culture, we have our employee engagement, which really is a reflection of our leadership at River Mill. Some of our action plans that we talked about was really focused on the communication that we had with staff, just being open and honest, really clear, two-way communication, and so that was our focus. How many opportunities can we gather teacher voice? Can we listen to what they say? How many different decisions were things that we could take their input on? And that was really what we focused on, and also making sure that we're constantly giving positive, encouraging feedback. This is a tough job sometimes, and our teachers need to be encouraged. They need to know that we're here to support them. And so those were our big focuses in all of our action plans and the details that we have. Like I said before, we have been maintaining a score at River Mill, and so at a 4.48, that was a decrease of 0.02, but still a high score that we're proud of, that we keep maintaining over the course of the couple years that we have been doing this work. Our big wins, principal uses effective use of time for meetings. I think the big focus there is that we tried to honor teachers' time. We were expecting a lot. They expected a lot. We had a lot of work to do. So if there wasn't important meetings that needed to happen, we would cancel them and we'd say, use this time to collaborate with your team and do the work that we're asking you to do. And because of that, they appreciated the respect and the honor of their time. We had a high score and clear understanding of our mission and goals at the school, and I think that goes to just the alignment overall in our system to our mission, vision, and values, and the fact that we keep coming back to it, we keep addressing it, and because of that, teachers are crystal clear on what our goals are, what we're expected to do, and how we're going to get there, and that caused a win in this area. One part that I'm super excited about, River Mill has never had a superintendent line item as a win. That's usually a hard area for us to get to the higher score because there's layers there, and sometimes people look at these questions around what the superintendent's doing and it's based on how they get to him, but really it's how am I communicating as the leader of the building what's happening at the levels of district office. So the fact that we had my superintendent use a variety of methods to promote effective communication throughout the district as one of our wins was really exciting for us. That was actually a secret goal of mine, to try to get the fact that I am communicating at that level to my staff and they're feeling like there is good communication from district office as well. And also a big shout out to communication, our superintendent, all those other pieces, the videos, all those other areas, employee forum, that we're trying to be as clear and precise as we can around the communication that's happening. So that's an exciting win for River Mill. Some barriers, which you'll see across the board, and tend to be that, but also I want to point out, these aren't necessarily super low scores, but for River Mill, these were our lower areas, which means that we need to continue to come back to what we're doing to help communicate the pieces here. So when we're talking about how the superintendent manages finances, how I'm providing feedback on their strengths, and then how we're making decisions at our school district, while they are our low areas, we're going to continue a lot of the work that we're doing because it's still working well and we're seeing some improvement in that. So some big pieces that we're going to do for the district finances is just continue our rounding, and in that being really specific, like what do you need to do your job, right? Because if it comes from teachers, what specifically do I need, the resources do I need to do my job? And then we're able to figure out what we can do to support that's going to really help with the understanding of how finances are spent in our district. Another piece is continuing to communicate that why. And one piece that our staff asks for is kind of a money 101 from basically me, not at the level of maybe the accounting or something like that, but coming from someone who they feel comfortable asking the hard questions, maybe can take it down a notch. In fact, they said, can you give it to us at a kindergarten level? That's what we need. Because sometimes it is hard to understand that there's pockets of money, and you might think that money being spent here means I didn't get to have it here. Well, you couldn't have because of how the money works. So we're going to spend some time doing that and looking at a flow chart too of what does it mean to be fully staffed in our building? Are we fully staffed? And if we're still struggling with that, what does that look like? How do we make adjustments in our building? And if we're not fully staffed, why are we not fully staffed? Is it because we can't find people to hire? Is it because we don't have the money for it? And I think teachers understanding some of these things is going to really help them understand the why behind how money is spent in our district. So that's going to be a big focus for us in this next 90 days. For the principal with the strengths, making sure I'm giving good feedback. It's just continuing. I mean, we write a lot of thank you notes. We do a lot of sticky notes. We do a lot of things to encourage, but I can say you never can do enough, right? We can never encourage, support our teachers and our staff enough because this is a hard job and we want to make sure it's just continuing to happen. And we start every staff meeting with thank you notes and celebrations, and we're going to continue to do that. For the superintendent, makes decisions that are in the best interest of our district. So that two-way communication, we've taken some documents that we used in our staff meeting agendas and we've turned them into forms, which will allow for anonymous comments to be made where hopefully they feel more comfortable, just another avenue, another way for them to connect, share their voice, and then it will be my job to make sure I communicate or push that through to whoever it applies to so that we can get the answers that teachers are looking for. So a lot of great things happening there. Okay, students.
All right, for student engagement, this is the fun part, why we're all here. Some of the action plans we had was to have a thoughtful Thursday morning meeting where students would begin the day by writing a thank you note. And I've heard lots of people talk about that today, just how important those thank you notes are. Recognizing a staff member, another student, a classmate, somebody younger than them, possibly or older, just by saying thank you and helping to start the day off on that positive note. We're also using our weekly videos, assemblies to highlight kindness and those showing kindness. And as Principal Berman said, we had to do the videos because of COVID, and now we're able to go back to live assemblies, and we're able to continue that. We had a 4.28. That was a decrease of 0.06, but still, again, a very high score with our student engagement. Some wins. I enjoy art, music, and PE. We could add library in there. I want you to notice that that is a 4.64. That is huge. That's really high score, even though our overall score was a decrease of 0.06. My principal is a good leader, 4.62. Learning is important at my school at a 4.60. Again, our videos made us visible out there. We were able to recognize the great things that were happening in our school. And here's the cool part. The students, especially that last one, learning is important at my school. They know their goals. They're working on their PDSA cycles. They have their data binders. They know exactly where they need to improve and how to get there. And they're able to even share that with their parents at their last parent-teacher conferences. A barrier. Students are nice to each other at my school. So yes, we're trying to do everything we can to instill kindness throughout every single day. Students are still saying that there's some issue there with being nice to each other, which flows into our next steps. Staff are going to organize some buddy classrooms just to provide those opportunities for interactions, younger students with older, older with younger, and make that a positive, structured, and monitored environment. We're going to also teach games to play at recess. What a great, tremendous way to deal with problem solving if we can provide them with some games at recess time to be able to play together, to learn how to be kind to each other. And again, we're trying to do everything we can too with our kindness chain. You saw in a picture there going around our cafeteria. We have our timber tickets where we're rewarding them for their kindness, but we also notice there needs to be a shift in the mindset of, what does nice and kind look like? What does it mean? What does that vocabulary definition mean? So we have a lot to do with just kind of changing the mindset, but again, excited to be able to work with our students to change that.
Okay, engaging our families and communities. We have worked really hard because we continue in our low area that continues to be a low area, so we really want to make sure that we are adjusting our action plans so that we're meeting the needs of our families. We made sure that we were crystal clear on our rubrics and how we were grading assessments, so we just started printing those off and attaching them to every assessment or project that went home, so parents understood the grading system a little bit better and had it visible there for them to look at, or at least be able to then ask questions about. We did some work around Power School. We cleaned it up a little bit with teachers, making sure we're on the same page as we're entering things into Power School. And we also created a video for parents to explain, how do I log in? And when I'm in there, what does that mean and look like? We've had a lot of views on that, and we're hoping to continue to push that out and use that to support parents as they want to dive into how their student is learning. And then we also worked really hard at just those positive phone calls home. We have a line item in our agenda that's there every week, and teachers add students that they would like phone calls positive to go home. And we work on that as an admin team. And then also every Monday for 30 minutes, our entire building is set that time aside for positive phone calls, emails, and putting things into Power School to make sure that communicating with our families on how well their student is learning is a top priority for us every week. And with that, we're really excited that we had an increase. We were at a 4.15, which was above our goal, with an increase of 0.07. So we're excited with that, about that, because that's a hard area to show an increase in. With our wins, parents told us that they really felt like their students had the supplies they needed to be successful learners, and that's a big shout out to our technology department, the grants and all the money that they've worked on so that we can be one-to-one with devices, so that our students, whether we're in the building or have to do a virtual day, have the supplies they need to be successful students. So we're excited that our families recognize that work. My family is treated with respect at this school. We are very happy that our families feel like they're respected. I do feel like our teachers do a wonderful job of listening and trying to address any needs that are happening with parents, and then also directing them to us so that we can help support that and come to a successful solution. And last, my child's learning is a high priority at this school at a 4.26. We were really excited about this. Survey went out before we did our spring student-led conferences, and I really believe if it had happened after, that score would be even higher based on the feedback I got from parents. So during our conferences, students were telling their parents what their goal was, if they achieved it, how they achieved it, and if they didn't, what their plan was to get there. And that really impressed our parents, the work that we're doing. But before that even happened, parents knew that learning was a high priority just based on what their students were doing every day. So we're really proud of the wins here. Some barriers, again, like I said, we're still trying to make sure that we are communicating the best way that we can and giving feedbacks to parents in a way that works. So we keep adjusting what we're doing, because if it's not working, while this was our lower score, I had to put in there that we have seen a steady increase. It just is taking some time, a little bit longer than we expected, but we are increasing in this low area. So we're going to continue doing the things we're doing, and then also continue reaching out to figure out where are we missing the mark? Where is it that parents aren't feeling like they have access to what their student is doing? So our next steps are that we're going to just continue to notify parents, and we're going to try to jump ahead of it a little bit better than we have in the past, where it's like when we see a student starting to not hit the marks that we need them to make, it's like a teacher immediately reaches out to the parent to notify them that we're going to start a goal and an action plan so that we can get the students there. And then just weekly newsletters across the board that are consistent with talking about what are the standards that are going to be taught in the next few weeks so parents know what's coming, and when and where assessments will happen, where to find them, and just being really clear with that. And then every Friday, system-wide, will be a folder sent home so that if you have a student in 3 different grade levels, you know every Friday you need to check those backpacks for that folder, and that's where you're going to find some feedback from students. So continue to communicate that that's how we're going to get through meeting those needs and making sure parents know how their student is doing in their learning.
And in reference to our up-to-date buildings and facilities, just a quick shout out to our maintenance and facilities department, doing a tremendous job of just always trying to keep our facilities up to date. Some of the actions that we took at Rivermill was that each classroom would have a broom and dustpan and supplies for cleaning. Students would play a role in that, and what a great way to teach students responsibility of taking care of their facility. And each class would also adopt a space on campus to keep it clean. We will use the weekly videos to highlight how we're doing on this. Our result, 3.82, was a decrease of 0.16. And overall, we will say that this was pretty much kind of a fail forward, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Our win was that we realized that, again, this was a fail forward, and we're going to abandon this and see what we can do to change that, to make sure that we have an action plan that really meets the needs here. We learned that what we are collecting on the data is not giving us the information that we need. We're gathering the student's opinion, and maybe what we need to do is maybe focus on a better marker first, and then gather the students' opinions on it after that. And so our next step is that we're going to find the right data to collect, and then we're going to give that information out and make sure that we create a plan that will help us meet the goal of keeping our buildings up to date and our facilities as well.
Okay, our last action item was sustainable finances and accountability. Our action plan was just to make sure that we're communicating on all different levels. And again, going back to some of the employee engagement pieces around finances, they're going to tie to all of this, where we make sure that we're being crystal clear with what we're doing and why we're doing it, and then making sure that we're gathering feedback through rounding in other areas so that we are addressing the needs of our teachers and the resources that they need to be able to do their job. So we had a 4.02 on this strategy. It was a decrease of a 2.4. So clearly we have some work to do in this area and how we communicate it. And going back to the employee engagement piece, we're going to make sure that across the board, that why continues to be important. So again, we consider this a win in the fact that it is a fail forward, and the fact that it tells us, and we know based on the data, that what we're doing isn't working, and we're going to make that adjustment. So that's a win for us, because if we didn't collect this data and feedback, we wouldn't know that we need to make an adjustment to meet the needs of our teachers and staff. So our barrier is just, when you think about finances and how finances are spent, there's a lot of opinions out there. And so making sure people really understand what we're capable of doing, what we're able to do based on the restrictions that we have around finances. And then with that, also trying to meet the needs and hear the staff voices of, like, where is it that you feel like you're not getting what you need to help you feel like this is, that money's being spent the way that it should be. So our next steps, like I said, we're going to continue to round with our staff, and in that rounding conversation, being very specific, what are the resources that you need to do your job, and what are some questions or wonderings you might have around the finances or the hot topic of money that's being spent at that time, so that I can tell the story versus what they might have heard, and make sure that they understand the why and they're hearing it, and maybe clear up any misconceptions during that time as well. And like I said before, we're going to do that Money 101, and I think coming from me as a trusted person in their building will help them feel a little more comfortable to maybe ask questions, clarifying things they might not understand, to help them understand why we're making decisions that we're making, and looking at, are we fully staffed? Is that giving us everything that we need? With that, I would just like to say that, again, I'm very honored, and it's a privilege to be able to share River Mill's story and the scores that we have. There's a lot of great work there, and the exciting part is that we know where we're at, so we know the areas we need to improve on, which is a big difference from where we started 7 years ago opening up River Mill. So we're in a great place, and we're excited to see what happens next. So with that, I want to introduce the middle school team.
Thanks, River Mill. My name is Ben Hargrave, the principal at Estacada Middle School, and our vice principal, Mr. Greg Kelly, is also present. We'll be speaking today. We're going to talk to you about our journey and our recent 90 days, being very focused on the strategic actions that we took to help improve our school scorecard, which is associated with our district strategic plan. Down arrow. All right. This image that you're looking at now is our school scorecard, and you can see that we have had areas of growth. We have areas where we need to continue to grow, and we have opportunities to abandon and try some things new. And so as we discuss the middle school today, we're going to be very focused on the strategic actions that we took according to our first survey results. And the story that we're going to tell is going to be about those strategic actions. Firstly, regarding successful students, we took two strategic actions to improve our student outcomes regarding essential learning standards. Firstly, what we did is we designed a grade level team that wasn't necessarily vertical alignment in the PLC, it was horizontal alignment across the grade level. And we decided that we were going to look at students who were not meeting expectations across the academic day. This yellow indicator here shows that our strategic action, our follow-through, was hit or miss. Did we do what we were saying that we were going to do? Sort of. That's why that is yellow. The second strategic action was to develop capacity of our department leaders and our teachers to implement cycles of improvements regarding questions 3 and 4 of the Do-4 model PLC. Did we say what we were going to do in that strategic action? Yes, we did. That's why that is indicated green. And what we have to show for both of these strategic actions is growth with 150 students starting from the beginning of the year until now. And so we are closing gaps based on these two strategic actions. Some wins. Since November, we've had 150 students overcome barriers because of the PDSA cycles that we have established. We have also developed a system. We've systematized or proceduralized our PDSA cycles that align with our response to intervention model at Estacada Middle School. And what this turned out to be was 120 different PDSAs that were implemented this year. That's 120 opportunities for our staff to deep dive into their instructional practices to meet the needs of their learners. And that has been a great opportunity for us to study our own professional actions to support students. Barriers that we continue to see deal with our mindsets. Do we truly believe that all students can learn at high levels given appropriate, timely strategies implemented by classroom teachers? And do we feel effective? How is our self-efficacy? Do we feel capable? Do we have team efficacy? Together, do we feel like we are effective and provide high-quality experiences for our students? Tier 1, we have work to do to improve our high-quality learning opportunities for our students. We also need to get better at connecting our PDSA cycles to Tier 1 instruction for all. Oftentimes, I saw that our PDSAs were more focused on Tier 2 or Tier 3 intensive supports, where, given the data, we need to take a higher level approach. Next steps. We need to continue to provide feedback to staff about the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles that we're implementing, whether it's celebrating what right looks like or also being very specific about opportunities for improvement in plans. One noticing that I've made as we've worked with teachers is that their execution or them following through with a plan with fidelity is sometimes hit or miss, where they're not benchmarking themselves along the way. And so to ensure that our improvement is being done as it's intended to be done is a skill that we need to continue to develop. We need to schedule some check-ins as well, where as teachers submit their Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles to their department leaders and myself, synchronizing our rounding in PDSAs so that the conversation is more timely. And then lastly, we're not going to abandon our grade level team system yet, this cross-curricular team, but we do need to simplify our procedures and we do need to refocus on student learning moving forward as well. PLC development, the reason why you see a red square right here is because our strategic action to round with department leaders about their leadership of the PLC, that strategic action did not go well. As a leader, the execution of my strategic action with my team was not good. And so I can't tell you whether or not I did my strategic action because I don't have the appropriate data to back it up. And so this is an opportunity for me to vulnerably say that I'm failing forward. I need to recommit to the PLC efficacy that we have wanted to establish at our school. Despite us not following through with our PLC efficacy goal, we did see an increase in the overall indicator in the PLC survey. Some barriers that we need to overcome. I think about the power of and. How do we do multiple things simultaneously? How do we round about student outcomes and improve PLC efficacy simultaneously, rather than how do we round with department leaders or improve PLC efficacy? The power of and is something that's on my mind as we attempt to overcome these barriers. We also need to dig into spending too much time planning and assessment building, and we need to transition faster into questions 3 and 4. What are we going to do about the data? How are we going to support students that aren't there yet or are already there? Next steps regarding PLC efficacy is to roll out the bottom rated indicator given this last survey, which is about co-design and co-ownership of data and holding one another accountable for the continuous improvement towards our PLC goals. And I look forward to doing that to set the stage for the end of this year and the next 90 days as well. Employee engagement is our next topic. When we set out these first 90 days to improve employee engagement, there were 2 themes that we were attempting to overcome. One of them was that the superintendent manages district finances effectively, which at the time was the lowest rated indicator, as well as my principal consults me on the decisions that affect my job. So those 2 indicators were the lowest, and to help overcome our employees' engagement and strengthen those 2 items, the strategic actions that we implemented are seen here. The first one was to send monthly balance updates so that staff were crystal clear on how much money was allocated to each department and how much money continued to exist to purchase resources that they needed, to implement their PDSAs, to support learning in the classroom. And that is green because that action was done with fidelity, and that is good. And we can see that over time, the indicator of the superintendent manages district finances effectively increased. My principal consults me on the decisions that affect my job. To help overcome that, we as a staff determined that we were going to improve our cascading communication systems and that we were going to empower our leadership team to be the primary communicators from the principal and vice principal to all staff. And that's something that we continue to improve. We opened up a Pandora's box of communication, and we're continuing to discover what types of barriers are in our way so that we can strengthen our communication, so that we truly understand how consult can lead to buy-in and certainty that the decisions that we are making are supportive of our staff. We do have stronger confidence regarding finances. Our cascading communication is deepening within our school. The plus deltas that we have implemented and the qualitative feedback that we are gathering are telling us that there's more buy-in or more ownership over the messages that are being broadcast throughout the school with staff. We had 4 months of the principal or growth, 4 months of growth in regard to the principal or leader consults me on the decisions which affect my job. And I also believe that the relationship between my secretaries and myself to help budget is also improving. We understand money better. Explaining the why has been a challenge, and that's something that we need to overcome. Despite our efforts to cascade communication deeper into our organization, there are still more questions about why, and so us aligning our arrows continues to be something that we need to work towards as we move forward. Next steps, I need to provide more feedback to our teacher leaders who are a part of the leadership team As they cascade communication, we all need to be crystal clear on what right looks like first in our leadership team huddles before cascading out and developing that why. We also need to determine some strategic actions that are more measurable and done collaboratively. In the past 2 years, after a rollout, the administrators have been the ones that have created these strategic actions, and then the feedback loop has been weak. And so to collaboratively build these strategic actions together are going to be our next steps. Staff have also told us that they would like to see our agendas 24 hours in advance, and we're looking forward to following through with that request as well. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Kelly, who's going to discuss student engagement for a bit. Down arrow.
All right, down arrow, remember that. Okay, so for student engagement, we had 2 strategic actions based on our survey, and that we came through or got these by building a student council and getting student voice, which was pretty awesome. With our kids, we rolled out our lowest indicator, which for the first time for us was learning is fun at my school, which is not the best one that you want. But we were happy that our lowest one wasn't respect, which it had been. The 2 things that our students came up with is they wanted more hands-on learning in the classroom, and they also wanted more peer-to-peer conversation happening. Within our strategic actions, you'll see on the first one of having hands-on learning in the classroom, we have it as green. This is because we did what we said. We did it with fidelity. This was happening in classrooms. We measured it throughout the year. You can see on the graph in the blue where we are showing where it is. The red line is fun when we took pulse surveys. The blue is our engagement, which is something we'll get into in a little bit of talking with the students about. And so we did what we said, but unfortunately it did not get the results we wanted. We failed forward. We got more engaging materials, but we didn't get the results we wanted. The second one is yellow because it did not go the way we wanted, and we didn't do everything in there that we were looking for. We were not completely with fidelity on having peer-to-peer conversations happening at least weekly in every classroom. Some classrooms, it was with fidelity, and it was amazing. Not all of them, and so that's on us as leaders of working with our teachers and making sure that these actions happen, because these strategic actions were given to us by our students as well as our staff when we rolled out to both. Some wins, like we had talked about, student council was created. This was a big win for us because it allowed us to have the creation of student voice, to get kids that represented our entire school population. These students comprise 2 students from all of our life classes, and they're voted on by students. So we have a large selection of students that help give us voice on rollouts and other areas of the school to help make improvements. We did have a lot of hands-on learning in the classroom. Engagement did increase as the graph showed. However, fun, or learning is fun, is not what was increasing. Barrier is the difference between engagement and fun with students. And that's something that, as we progress through this year and into next year, I want to really work with our student council and get back to our teachers and our leadership team of what is the difference, what is the meaning, how do our students define what fun is, and how do they define what engagement or engaging lessons are to help us better create our lessons for our students. Our next steps, like we just said, are those for fun, but more specifically for actions. We are abandoning that because our lowest one now is back to respect, and so working with our student council, we are coming up with a new strategic action for respect. We've currently rolled this out with our student council. Our new action that we're looking at is creating a peer-to-peer or a peer-chosen Google form where students are recognizing each other for being respectful, and then finding a way to give that recognition back to the students so that they know they're being recognized. Our student council told us that it is more meaningful to them when they're recognized by a peer than by a staff member. As one student said, it's my job or our job as a staff to recognize a student for being successful or being respectful. However, it's not a student's job to do that, and so when a student does it, it has a greater impact on them.
All right, engaging our families and communities. To start our journey this school year, the primary focus was to improve the feedback to our families about how well their students are learning. That was the lowest rated indicator, continues to be one of the lowest rated indicators. And so at the beginning of this school year, we set out to improve that specific item. The first action that we took to improve this item was to train and then to celebrate staff in our system of Parent Square, and recognized top messaging teachers for either posts, and then also to expect 4 messages or posts to be posted monthly. And we did what we said that we were going to do. We also decided that we were going to send 2 individualized private emails from teacher to family and 1 phone call weekly during our grade level team meetings. And we did some of that. We did not do all of that, according to our data tracking tools. Because we did what we said we were going to do, and because our spring survey results did not show growth, we're going to abandon both of our strategic actions, and we're going to try something new. And this is a win. This has been an item that we've really struggled with. How do we clearly communicate with our families about how well their students are learning? And there's a disconnect between our teachers and our families about what that looks like. So we're going to try something different. Another win that we can harvest is that our staff now know how to use and leverage Parent Square as a resource to communicate with families. This first graph here shows the amount of private positive messages that we've sent to date. We've sent 550 messages, whether it's phone or email, to families. And then these 2 graphs also demonstrate the difference between this current academic year and last academic year and the increase of messages that we are sending directly to families. This green line, that top green line, represents this year's frequency of direct messages being sent by teachers to families, whereas last year, that was how many messages were being sent. So our increase of communication is wonderful. We would like to hear directly from families about this specific indicator, and that's something that we're going to continue to elicit and ask for. And because we're going to abandon our current strategic actions, we have an opportunity to do something new. So our next steps are to improve our secretary rounding and being more micro-focused on what questions we ask our families, and proceduralize progress reporting. We as a staff, the new direction that we're going to go is to be sending out progress reports, whether it's individualized class-specific progress reports or it's whole school, all essential learning standards progress reports, and proceduralizing this so that our teachers are communicating with families about how well they're doing in their specific content classes.
For up-to-date buildings and facilities, this year we implemented 2 strategic actions. Again, with the use of our student council was a big input of this voice. The first one was using our office aides and classroom aides throughout the day to help pick up the school, and they didn't have other duties to do. And the second one was to implement a 6th period all-school cleaning, where during 6th period every day 1 class or students from every class would come meet me in a centralized location and help quickly clean up the school for 5 minutes. Both of these are yellow because did we do what we said? Yeah. Did it work, or was it with fidelity? Not really. And so we kind of did it, we kind of didn't. It's a good start, but it also didn't get the results in the end that we were looking for. You can see on the graph, the red line is our baseline data when we started this, and the blue are from our pulse surveys that we took from our students asking, is our school clean? And as we worked through the year, we were kind of up and down. It appeared like we were trending in the right direction before the spring survey came out, and then our spring survey gave different results. But that's where we are, and now it's our job to create new actions with our students to get us into a new direction. Wins, we received resources from our operations department. We were able to leverage them to get gloves, trash bags, and other things needed to do this. This was a huge win because our students were able to have the tools and resources they needed to do this. Another big win, I believe, was this was a continued growth in building student ownership and accountability for our building. And so getting our students to believe that they are the ones responsible and a big person with the ownership of keeping our school clean is a huge step in the right direction. We may have not got to our goal, but we are definitely, I feel, trending in the right direction. Barriers was really the consistency of students in classrooms of making the sixth period clean work. We found out through talking of staff, talking of students, sixth period can be hard. It's the end of the day. And just that consistent approach was one that we have some work to do, and we need to work with all of us together to problem solve it and figure out a better solution. Some next steps for us, again, is working through what we just talked about, finding solutions for this to make it transition more smoothly. As well as finding ways to leverage our office aides in a more systematic approach in areas of the school specifically to clean up and to help pick up, to build that student accountability, as well as use the school improvement funds and monies to purchase new trash bins and new furniture that'll be around the school that will just provide a new facelift per se within the school of showing that it's clean and teaching and showing our kids, within the school those opportunities.
All right, lastly, our sustainable finances and accountability pillar. We brought together our employee engagement and our sustainable finances pillar and focused on sending monthly emails with budget updates and money left available to spend and defining how we spend that money with our staff. And our trend throughout the entire year was up. Staff are more informed about what they can and cannot buy and how they buy it and who they ask for spending certain dollars. We've got a whole bunch of different buckets that exist at the middle school, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside Miss Irish in deepening our staff's understanding of our spending procedures. There are some challenges that we need to overcome as I work with staff to allocate money for the upcoming school year. There's a lot of questions about fairness. Why does this department have this much money available to them and my department has only this much money? Why is it that this account has so much in it and this account doesn't? And so to have conversations and to explain the why behind and to show staff where money goes and why is our next step in deepening our understanding of why money is spent the way it is. We also need to develop our processes with iVisions. That's something that I need to get better at as well, in interpreting and reading iVisions, and I look forward to getting to do that with our Director of Finance too. We are going to hardwire our strategic action from here on out. I'll be sending monthly emails to my staff, and that's a huge win for us. It is the only strategic action that we are hardwiring from our first 90 days, and that is great that we get to hardwire in action and continue to do it forever, which is cool. All right. Thank you for letting us tell our story at the middle school. It's an honor to serve our community, and I'd like to introduce our Clackamas River team next.
All right, good morning. My name is Nate Anderson. I'm the principal at Clackamas River.
And I'm James Wolf. I'm the vice principal at Clackamas River.
And we're here to talk to you about the great things that are happening at our school. It really is a wonderful day to be a Chinook. So we've got, our first is our scorecard. We're going to go through each of these with you and the places where we've seen success and a couple of setbacks. First thing that we got is our successful students, our essential learning standards. We were looking at what are our strategic actions. And by the end of the 2022 school year, our goal was 85% of our students would be proficient in all our ELSs. We decided we were going to do this by making sure that kids were at school. So we had an attendance team that developed a bi-weekly meeting. In this time, they reviewed data and identified students where attendance might be a barrier to the success that they had. And then the team developed specific action plans based around those students and the needs that they had. We also had Tier 2 and Tier 3 meetings where we looked specifically at the data and drilled down what are we missing and how can we really help support those kids. And we are really excited to say that through those efforts, we were able to see that 88.92, so we're going to round that up to 89% of our students are proficient in their ELSs. So that's a huge success for us. We know that that was a lot of work that went into it and a lot of teams, but because our action plans were successful, we're going to continue with them.
So let's take a look at our wins. We want to really focus on our teachers. We have our veterans teachers that are continuing to engage in learning, and they're continuing to, continue to craft their own teaching and become better teachers. And alongside of that, they're supporting our new teachers that are coming in and not only telling them how to teach, but showing and modeling through our PLCs. And we also want to thank Lindsay for doing our curriculum walks, and this is district-wide that's happening. So what's happening is teachers from Clackamas River and also from Rivermill are getting together, and they're going to both buildings to, craft their instruction. We're doing our data folder, so we're keeping the data on the table and on the walls, and it's nothing that we're just looking at. We're actually analyzing that data, and we're keeping it very present for all of our teachers and our students to see. This is an opportunity that we're using to round with our students, and what's going well, what do you think we need to do better at, and what do you need, and what kind of supports are you needing? So we're doing our PLCs, we meet weekly, and this is very consistent. We're very consistent in our meetings, which is great. Inclusion, and when we say all, that's all students. We're looking at our Tier 1 students, or we're looking at our students, and they're all getting Tier 1. And that means all students are being taught the essential learning standards. Our paras, they're engaged and they're energized. They're eager to learn from our teachers, and they're standing next to them and learning how to become better as well. Our coaches, they're continuing to make huge strides and differences in supporting teachers and students. They're a wealth of knowledge, and with that comes trust. And that is a huge piece as we're working all together, is that trust factor. When we look at our barriers, really, right now, we have 11% who are not there yet. And we can celebrate the fact that we are at that 89%, but we are striving for that 100%. We want all students to meet that. So we're going to be working towards that. We're going to be looking at our PDSAs and continuing to strive for that 100.
Okay, so when we look at our next steps, what our plan is we're going to continue doing our tiered systems of intervention. We made a switch earlier this year to make sure that we were being faithful to the RTI model. That switch, when we saw it happen, we saw more students being successful. So the second goal we have is we're going to continue to attack that 11% with our PDSA cycles. We know that right now most of our ELSs are wrapping up, and we have an opportunity to go back, reteach those, and really give extension to the kids who are already there, and then intervene for those who are not there yet. We're going to continue to work alongside our teachers as we move through our new adoption next year. So making sure that people feel confident in what they're teaching, know where the resources are, and are able to ask questions when they come up. And we're going to be intentional in our selection of students who are coming in for that read time. We're going to do that based on our PLC data and what we deem to be those essential standards. Okay, as far as our Successful Students PLC, our strategic actions probably sound pretty familiar because we do our PLCs with Riverville Elementary. So we tend to make our goals together. We bring both staffs into the room so that they all have their voices heard. With that, our opportunities this year where I engage members of the PLC to hold our members accountable for the kind of results that fuel continual improvement. In the fall, our score was a 2.88. So at that time, we made the goal of our PLC will be reconfigured to better support our specialists and paraprofessionals. At that time, they were spread through the PLC, and one thing that they voiced was that they wanted to be able to have some time to work as a PLC together. Our agenda will be sent out ahead of time and shared with the admin team at the end of the meeting. That way we have a chance to look at over, comes to the top of our inbox, and there's a section in there where they can provide feedback or questions so we can answer those right away. And then every member of the PLC will have a rotating role, and that's documented in the notes. So it helps with the accountability of knowing who is going to be bringing what to the table. Our second opportunity was I will engage members of the PLC in a systematic process to analyze and improve our classroom practices. And again, we had a pretty low score in the fall of a 2.88. That was district-wide. And because of that, we decided we're going to discuss and document instructional strategies that did or did not work on the agenda so our teachers know what worked for our class. Is this something we want to adopt and try again, or is this something we need to start over with? And then also develop a systematic approach for intervention and extension. So again, we were seeing that our teachers were doing really well with those first and second questions, but we didn't necessarily have the data to go back and repeat the interventions and extensions that were working for our kids. So by putting it in the agenda, it's there. All members of the PLC can quickly find it and move forward with their class and their instruction. So what we did see is in both of those opportunities, we got the results we were looking for. Opportunity 1 went up from a 2.88 to a 3.04, which was a 0.16 increase. And opportunity 2 was up from a 2.88 to a 3.15, which is a 0.27 increase.
So when we look at our wins, we've done some really great things. We can look at all of our scores. We've seen an increase in those low scores. The PLC process is happening. All of our teachers are there. We're making it work. Teachers have consistent team members, and you'll see in the next slide too, it's kind of one of the barriers as well, but in the past 2 years, we've had a lot of change, and what we've seen though is that our team members are consistent, we're showing up to school, we're here to do the work. And with the barriers, we continue to see the low score in assessing the extent in which you can engage in the big ideas of the deformed professional community. And then we also have team members continue to change within staff changes. So we've also had some changes, unexpected changes that have happened, and we've had to be flexible and then also support those new teachers that are coming in to, I say, our new models.
Okay, so what are our next steps? We see an opportunity, and I engage members of the PLC to hold our members accountable for the kind of results that fuel continual improvement. That was our low score again with a 3.04. So even though it was up, we want it to continue to rise. So in order to meet that need, we will, when needed, take the time to calibrate on work and assessment samples where there might be variation in scoring. That way our teachers are all on the same page, and we know that no matter whose classroom or which school you are at, if you are an elementary student, you are held to the same high standard. We will take time to continuously build relationships and trust in our PLC teams. We want our teams to be able to be vulnerable with each other, to share their wins and successes, and just have a collaborative culture where they feel like they can really talk about what's going on and where they need support. Okay, our next pillar was our strong, inclusive, and collaborative culture, and this was our employee engagement. So last year in the fall, we saw that there were 3 opportunities that rose that we wanted to really focus our time and energy on. The first one being my principal or supervisor consults me on decisions that affect my job, and that came in with a 3.21. Because of this, when we met to do our rollout, we decided that when possible at staff meetings, agendas will be sent out with a nuts and bolts section, along with a 20-minute section where they could discuss and just ask questions that might come up when information was shared. Leadership had to help write the agenda for the leadership meeting because we wanted to make sure they were capturing the voice of who they represented. So there was a reconfiguration where each leadership person was assigned to a certain area of the building, and their job was to go check in with them and make sure that their voice was heard in leadership. And then our second opportunity was my school district supports honest two-way communication between supervisors and employees. That one was a 3.5. And like Principal Berman was saying, this is really something that we use as a reflection on ourselves. We do not want it to be a bottleneck between what we are doing at the district level and what is happening in the building level. So we took that as an opportunity to increase roundings in our building with each staff member. And then with the staff member and administration, we made sure those monthly meetings were on the calendar so that we had a better understanding of where our staff were getting stuck and how we could help support them. Our third opportunity was open and honest communication is an important part of the culture of my school district. That one was a 3.34. So what we were asked is, can we help clarify those roles and expectations of staff members so that they knew what we were looking for, they knew what our feedback would be, and then allow time for paras to work with classroom teachers and specialists to better understand what their role was going to be. Our paraprofessionals have pretty individual roles where some of them are assigned to work with students who need extra support, some of them are working within learning groups, and some of them are supporting our students in different areas of the building. So we wanted to make sure that they had time to truly understand what their assignment was and how they could be successful in it. So we assigned a Thursday training, and we did some Wednesday adjustments with their schedule so they could stay later one day and go home a little earlier the next. Our results showed that all of our opportunities again increased in our scores. So opportunity 1 went up from a 3.21 to a 3.75. Opportunity 2 was up from a 3.5 to a 3.86. And then opportunity 3 went from a 3.34 to a 3.8.
And looking at those wins, during our rollout, there was many voices that were celebrating how they feel like we're trusted, there's honesty that's happening. They feel comfortable asking questions, and they also feel heard, which I feel like is a huge win for us because Ms. Anderson and I are pretty new to the district and pretty new to CRE. So to be able to get that trust and honesty out there and them telling us, we're ready for you to lead, like they're saying this to us, which is a great feeling. They feel like the door is open when they need support or they can call us anytime. Another piece of that too is if we look at here, it says my principal/supervisor demonstrates a genuine concern for my welfare, which is a 4.55, which is remarkable. It's really great to see that score. And then another piece of it is new goals to focus on for the next 90 days. We have some new goals that we're going to focus on to help increase those scores, which is really exciting. Some of the barriers that we have is cascading information, being very clear and specific about the information, and our staff also feels very comfortable telling us, coming up to say, hey, this is what we need from you. That is awesome. There is a worry of staff that I say there's a history where they feel like they're going to get into trouble because they didn't meet certain goals. We're trying to break that down and provide a learning opportunity for everybody. We don't want to be in that punitive punishment. We are wanting to help learn and grow as a community. So this is something new that we are trying to break down those walls and build back up.
Okay, for this goal, we have some next steps. We have two opportunities that rose to the surface again that we wanted to focus on. The number one is my principal and supervisor consults me on the decisions that affect my job. What our staff said loud and clear was that they would like to have a staff handbook, something that makes it clear what the expectations are for them, where we can all be on the same page and just know when you walk in the door what is going to make CRE a great place to be and a great place to work. The other piece of that, which we are starting this next week, is we're going to be looking at our systems and making sure that we have the areas that we're tight on, the ones that we know are really improving our building, and then also, are there adjustments in that loose? So if something is our RTI model for intervention, we're going to keep that going strong, but are there little pieces in there that we could adjust to help our teachers and students reach even more success and maybe even hit that last 11% and keep decreasing that number? So we'll be reviewing those with a plus delta so that we're ready to start off the 22-23 school year. The other opportunity we had is my school district supports honest two-way communication between supervisors and employees. So again, we are working on cascading information up and down. We've been reviewing that in leadership. We're looking for ways that we can measure that so we come with a number and we know, yes, it's working, or no, we need to adopt and abandon. And then regardless of the outcome, can we explain the why behind it? Because sometimes when we don't necessarily go in the direction of some of our staff, we want to be able to explain why, so they feel like they were heard and that the decision was made with their concerns in mind. And then also the employee forum, there was a lot of staff who were really excited that they have the opportunity to come and hear the information that is being shared, but concern over if they're using their time for this, it may be sliding in other ways. So we looked at, can we build that time into our schedule, and decided that it was an important opportunity for our staff and that we would balance that with staff meeting minutes so that all could attend. Okay, the next thing we looked at was our student engagement scores. And again, we did see a slight raise in our score overall. We had some opportunities that we looked at. Number one being, students are nice to each other at my school. So this has been echoed across our district. It's definitely an area we want to look at. This year we implemented Fly 5 curriculum, which was part of our responsive classroom strategies. So we want to use that. We also use weekly videos to highlight students that are meeting our character goals. We base that around our standards of excellence that we're also doing with our staff. So we have some students who are getting nominated. We have staff who are being nominated weekly. Our second opportunity is my teacher asked me how I learn best. We thought we could reach this goal by teaching kids different ways to learn. So not every kid has to perform in the same way on the same assessment. They need to have a standard of what shows proficiency, but different ways for students to show they have met that. So talking to students about how can you show proficiency, and then rounding with students during their data folder times and really getting to know what they need so we can help meet those needs. Our third opportunity was setting learning goals and tracking my progress. We looked back to a strategy that they had used pre-pandemic and found that data folders were a really successful way for them to reach students. So we built that time into our schedule for every Wednesday. And then also the classroom PDSAs, we had those posted on classroom walls and they were reviewed by teachers frequently. Beginning of the year, students helped create those, and as time went on, it just became part of the culture of the classroom. So our opportunity one was actually our only down this term. So we went from a 3.89 down to a 3.61. Our second opportunity went from a 4.05 up to a 4.17, and our third opportunity was a 4.11 up to a 4.34.
So it's really awesome and amazing to see these wins, and I think of the wins as we are continuing to align what we're doing within our building and then also aligning with Rivermill, so we are very consistent. When we look at the wins here, I enjoy art, music, and PE, and I also want to throw in library. Library is something that we didn't have at the very beginning of the year, but we are able to add it a few months into that year, and so we see that score at 4.62, which is great to see. We know that art, we know that music and PE and library are very, very important to students. Staff attending a classroom or responsive classroom training for this summertime. Some of our staff are trained in responsive classroom, and it's a framework, and we want to make sure that we're all aligned and practicing and using common language. So this is something that we're pushing for this coming school year to get us all trained in that. Start brainstorming for implementing responsive school discipline. This is another part of that responsive classroom. This really bridges between classrooms and every piece of the school building. Recess time, PE time, library time, hallways, bathrooms. So it's really aligning everything that we do and using common language, and then also having, that common focus in appropriate or desired behaviors. And then we're also looking at My Teacher Cares About Me. That got a 4.62. That's a high number. We love seeing those numbers. Caring, showing that trust is important there. Implementation of Tier 2 social emotional learning groups. We just started that, about a month ago, where every single grade level has selected students that might need some extra support in social emotional learning, and we're using the zones of regulation to help implement that practice. And students get about 30 minutes once or twice a week to focus on those pieces. And then My Principal is a Good Leader. That got a 4.72. That shows us that what we're doing is being effective. Of course, we want to see those high numbers. That 5 would be great. We have room to grow. And our barriers. Not enough data along the way to get that from that I think. We need to I know attitude, so we're really moving away from that I think. Closing the gap between students reporting they are kind and seeing each other's as kind. So on the data or on the survey, we see a lot of students ranking themselves as being kind, but other people are unkind. So we're really trying to get student voice involved in that. What does kind look like? What does kind look like outside at recess? How are we kind? So we're really trying to find that common language and that understanding. And we can always think too, like we spent 2 years, a year and a half online. So there's a lot of things that we need to, revamp and relook at, and building those social interactions again. But it's a great opportunity to help reteach those pieces. A barrier is that not all of our teachers or our staff are responsive classroom trained, so that's something that we're working on. And then we need, like I said earlier, we need student voice on what does a 5 look like to them, so we have an understanding of what they are looking for. We need their voice. And as you see on here, we have a picture up here of, this goes with responsive classroom, but it's our promise or our hopes and dreams, and this is all student voice that's involved in this. It's not just coming from the top down. We are including and we're wanting student voice in that.
Okay, so for this pillar, we are going to focus in on our one opportunity that we saw a decrease in. So opportunity, students are nice to each other at my school. We are looking at the full implementation of Fly 5. This year, we started to implement. We didn't have as many materials as we needed. So we got those ordered. We got them in classroom hands. And this year, the expectation is that it'll be taught twice a week instead of once. We're building common language around that with the I statements and other strategies that we have seen be effective, and there's data to support them. Students in 4th and 5th grade are going to have the opportunity to work as mentors using the responsive classrooms framework. So how can they be student leaders within our school? How can they take that accountability on themselves for being kind to others and really modeling what that's all about? And then each day we're going to begin with a morning meeting that was already built into our schedule from previous year. And then this year our goal is to get that closing circle also going. We want kids to come into the school and have a little reset in the morning with a firm understanding of what the expectation is for the day, and just that time to really bond with each other and see each other out of just the learner state, but also as students. And then at the end of the day, doing the same thing, a wrap up of what was your day like. And then during that time, an emphasis on kindness and what that looked like and where it was seen in the school 2 to 3 times each week. Our next pillar was engaged families and communities. Again, we saw an overall increase in this one in our score, which is great to see. Our opportunity our first one was I regularly receive feedback from school staff on how well my child is learning. In response to this, we sent out parent education videos through YouTube so that parents could see how to get into PowerSchool and what they could do while they were in there. And then every 2 weeks, the link to PowerSchool update was pushed out to parents. So again, they knew where to look for that information. I think in the past we've used PowerSchool as a tool, but we really wanted to make sure that parents knew exactly what they were looking for. In this opportunity, we did see that our score went up from a 3.82 to a 3.88. So not a significant increase, but something that told us we were probably on the right track there.
So when I think about engaged families and communities, I also think of like how we start the day and how we finish the day. And if we were to go and look through our comments, we would see that there are a lot of comments about how the school day starts. And we have several staff members that are outside greeting families and students off the buses and opening up doors. And there's a lot of comments on how they love the greeters in the morning. And I have to think that that helps stimulate some of these numbers and our survey results. So our wins here are over 100 families participated in our survey. My child's learning is a high priority at school. I got a 4.32. And I think of that as students know what the targets are. They're just not on the walls. They're on the paper. We're talking about it. Students are calling and responding those targets, what they're learning about. And then they're able to go home and tell families what they did that day. So that's important to be able to go home and articulate what they learned in that day. Scores continue to increase. We're having new high scores, which is great. My family is treated with respect at the school, and I go back to that, how we start the day, how we end the day, how we're greeting students throughout the school day. And then I would recommend this school to other parents, which is a 4.27, which is great to see. You think about, like, I want people to talk about Estacada and what we're doing. I want that word to be spread because I believe what we're doing is an amazing work and we're putting students and staff first. Some of the barriers that we have is that lagging data. So how are we getting that data more quickly in our hands, hot off the press, so we can make or change an action plan? Not all families participated in the survey. We want to get all families' voices into that survey. We want to hear what they want to say. We're also wondering what a 5 looks like for families. What does that 5 marker look like? And then concerns over too many apps, emails, and information. Within our school, there's lots of different apps that we can use to communicate with families, so we're really trying to figure out what is the best way for families to receive information. And we know that there's a variety of ways, too, that families need to hear the information. Some families need a phone call, some families need an email, some families need a text message. So we're trying to figure out what is the most consistent way so we're not overwhelming families, but we're trying to figure out variety of ways to help communicate what we're trying to get to them.
Okay, so our next steps, we're looking at that opportunity. I regularly receive feedback from school staff on how well my child is learning. In order to meet that goal, we're going to develop a parent contract to help parents understand what the expectations are for their student. So when they walk in the door, they know, as a student going into 4th grade, these are the things that we can expect of our student. And also just information to give them on where they can look for information, because we do post the same information in multiple places, allowing them to find what works for their family. We're going to continue to send home red folders. Those red folders have communication in them that is very direct to what the student just accomplished. So it will have a rubric on them. It tells exactly where the student is, and using that in conjunction with PowerSchool, they'll be able to see where their students' learning is and how they are progressing towards their essential learning standards. And then we're going to continue to try and gather more parent feedback on what a 5 would look like to them. We've had this goal as an opportunity for a couple of times now, and we've tried different strategies to meet it. We do see that we're moving in a positive direction, but we would like to move there faster. So just making sure that we have the voice that we're asking for when we make these big decisions and where to focus our energy. For up-to-date buildings and facilities, we had a strategic action based around My School is Clean. We did have school competitions that we did, the Golden Plunger, the Golden Tray. All of those were fun for kids. They would come and comment on them, tell us if we ever missed a week, and we announced them during our weekly videos. The second thing that we did is we created a spreadsheet and shared it with our custodial staff. So if there was a concern over something not getting cleaned, they were able to see where it was and get it handled quickly. We noticed that our spreadsheet, I checked it again today, it's again empty. So teachers are using it, they're putting things in it, but they're also getting the response that they need in a really timely manner. Our results, however, did go down from a 4.12 to a 4.07.
And just talking about that in the response, thank you for the maintenance staff and custodians like Adam and I say our night custodians as well. Like, they are quick to respond to needs that are being met, and that's a huge win. They're consistently and constantly getting that done. So when we think about our wins as well, students are engaged in the contests. We started the Golden Plunger kind of fall time, and then we slowly integrated the Golden Tray. And so what we're trying to lead is, this is what right looks like. And then with that too, we have, I say, some tokens that if there's 4 tokens in there, there's 1 orange one. If we pick out the orange one, then that class or grade level gets, I say, popcorn on one of the designated days. So they love to see that anticipation. Do we get popcorn? Do we not get popcorn? It's really fun to see that. And then reward them for that hard work that they're doing, and then also rewarding and letting them know specifically what they did well. All the items on the spreadsheet are getting completed. That's huge. And that also keeps us aligned and consistent. And also it is, I say, it's letting us know what we need to get done, what's on that task list. And then there's clear communication with the custodians. It's very clear. They're very present, which is great to see. Our barriers, when we look at Clackamas River, our barriers right now is there's the storage availability. Right now, our stage is full of our storage, old curriculum that we have, furniture that's up there. So we need to figure out different ways to condense those materials and to remove those items and find a different place for those to be. Also in our pod areas, those are, I say, overwhelming with different items and furniture pieces out there as well. So we're trying to figure out a way to better organize and put materials away so it looks more clean, so boxes aren't out. And then creating an ownership of, this is my school. If I walk by garbage, I can pick it up and I can throw it away. So we're really instilling that this is my school, and we're leading by modeling that as well. All the teachers and staff at our school, when they see something, they don't wait and they don't always have to call upon somebody. They can take care of it as well. So we're modeling that for our students as well.
Yeah, James and I had the unique experience of helping our students take the survey, and on one of those questions we got to see, it was the My School is Clean, and they would look around in the pod and say, nope, and mark us down. So it let us know that through that experience, we probably needed to adjust a little. We know that our floors are clean. We know our sinks are clean. We know that kids are engaging in our building contests, and that's improving the overall cleanliness. But looking around in our building, it doesn't feel clean because there are things that are out of place or laying around. So in our action steps, we said we are going to continue the building contests. We love that kids are engaged in them, and that's promoting them cleaning up their own areas. But we're also going to clear out the pods of any unnecessary materials that make them look cluttered. We know that's more trauma-informed. We want to move in that direction. So we're going to start putting in hooks so things can be off counters and just getting rid of the clutter. And then also one of the center points in our school is our stage. We have used that to store things, so we're going to start really cleaning that out. Every kid sees that stage every day. And by improving the look of things overall, we're hoping that that will really help boost this score for us. Sustainable finances and accountability. The superintendent manages district finances effectively. Our results did go up from a 3.89 up to a 4.0. I think one of the things that we were intentional about in this was making sure that we had communication between the finance department so that when we were discussing money that was going to be spent along the way, we could talk about which budget it came out of and why. And we were able to see that that built a higher score for us in this round.
So that when there is that clear communication from the district on why and how the money is being spent. And that is huge. When we can communicate that clearly, everybody understands. And so when we look at our barrier here, for next year, we're looking at a smaller building budget, and I would say in the past 2 years we've seen it. We've had an increase, and we've really been fortunate. If we needed something, we could get it, and so we're going to see possibly not as much, or we're going to have to be creative of how do we get those materials.
Okay, so our next steps, because we did see an increase, were that we're going to continue with what we were doing. We're going to keep educating staff and community on the why behind our spending and where that money came from. And then continuing to ask during our roundings, what resources do you need to do your job? In that question, that's often where we hear from teachers, I'm short on these supplies, I need this project is coming. And that way we can go ahead and order them what they need. That gives them the feeling of we are using the money in the classroom to help promote what they're doing. And the next group up is our transportation.
Good morning. I am here to tell the story of our transportation department. It's kind of unique for us because everybody that's gone before us has had a more direct connection with the kids and is in the classroom. So ours is a little bit indirect, but we've had a lot of fun doing this and learning and supporting of some departments. So this is our scorecard, and it's got all of our strategic action plans on those. We will be going through those with each one of our slides. Our first strategic action was for successful students. Since we don't have as much of a direct contact with the students, we decided what we could do was get the kids to school on time. It's super important. We love to be on time every time, but there's certain things that are just out of our control. So we decided to set a goal of 85% of the time we will have students at the school on time. Our results, we were close. We were really close. We were at 84.94, so we're right there. Didn't quite make it, but I won't call it a fail. Oops, one too many. So our wins are kids arrive at school on time, the consistency, they know that they're going to be there, the schools can trust us that the buses are going to be there, their students are going to be there on time. And it built some trust with the parents. The parents know that if they see that the bus is going to be there at 8:20, the bus will be there at 8:20, and the student will get to school on time. And so it was a really great way just to start building trust for the parents. Some of the barriers we have is the efficiencies in tracking the data. This was a very time-consuming to do. I'm working with our server to help with this to get it more streamlined so we can make that tracking easier. Traffic, as great as it is that our town is growing, it's amazing. As growth happens, so does traffic, which means the buses take more time on the routes. Getting to the schools is just a little bit harder, so it sets our times off just a little bit. And then service continuity. We've been short-staffed somewhat this year. Dispatch the lead mechanic and myself, we have covered over 424 runs, so we're in a bus instead of in the building. And our department has spent $20,449 on charters this year. So that was just a few of our barriers. Our next steps, we want to increase route efficiencies. To do this, we're going to be using some technology to make sure that every route make sure every route is as efficient as possible. We have some routing software that we're going to use. We have big plans to adjust the routes next year, shorten a couple of them, and just make sure that we're doing the right thing. Also, we're going to cross-train drivers on different routes. We're going to have drivers ride routes and learn other routes, so that way when somebody needs a personal day, they're out sick, they can jump in the routes and cover them, and this helps minimize delays caused by unfamiliarity with the routes. Next, we have our employee engagement. We had 3 strategic actions for employee engagement. They were monthly check-ins with my staff, using the TV in the driver's room to play keywords at key times, the Super 60s, and to schedule guests for our monthly meetings. The results were pretty great, about 50-50. I got 51 chances to round to check in with my staff, and that was amazing because that's 51 chances to talk to the drivers, and it brings out a lot of positive. It was ideas and solutions that they were comfortable telling me that they maybe wouldn't be comfortable saying in front of a whole bunch of people or in a meeting. It gave them a chance to be honest and not feel like they were going to be judged and come completely full circle with some things. Our department's not known to be tech savvy, and so by using the TV, it gave us an opportunity to get better at using technology, and with each goal we have where we integrate technology, the better we get at it and the more efficient we get at it. Also, overall, using the TV was a great way to keep the drivers informed on all the district communications. They don't always check their emails. They don't always check the YouTube links and stuff like that. And by using the TV was a direct line from the district to the drivers to make sure that they were in the loop. The wins, like I said, 51 check-ins. This brought great ideas and highlighted needs in the department. Learning the use of technology to cascade the information to the department. Barriers. The barriers we had with this was with scheduling the meetings. The meetings were long. They didn't, staff said that they were just too long, they lost interest. Another barrier was using the TV. When I was using the TV, the routes get back at different times. And so not everybody would see it. And so that was a few of the barriers that we had to work through when doing this. The next steps, instead of doing longer meetings, we're going to do weekly huddles. We're going to do 20-minute huddles, which will short down on the length of the meetings. It'll keep more interest from the crew. We're going to continue to use the TV to play all the district communications on. We're going to vary those times to make sure that I hit a broader audience, to make sure all of my staff gets to see the communications that are going out. Next up is district services. In district services, we have 2 strategic actions. One was to communicate with stakeholders when routes or service variations are being used. And the second one was to implement a system for using Parent Square when routes are delayed by more than 8 minutes. By doing this, it's really improved communication between the buildings and the department. Our accessibility on our spring surveys of 4.77. It's been on a steady climb, but it's just getting better. It went up. We have found that by using the radios is an instant communication between dispatch, transportation, and the schools. And so there's no lagging there when a child got on the wrong bus or any of those issues. The last one is we've only had 15 Parent Square notifications sent out. This hasn't gone the way we wanted it to. This is a fail forward for us. We really want to get those notifications up, and in the next steps, we have some plans on how to do that. Next steps. We'll be moving forward. We'll be moving. Let me start this slide over. Our next steps: weekly huddles instead of longer meetings. Continue to play the district communications, but vary the times to ensure that everybody gets a chance to see the videos. The wins that we had. The wins that we had in district services is that we were able to leverage a system that the school district already had, Parent Square. We have to get better at it, and that's something that we will do going forward. The transportation department has always had kind of a service mindset, but this has kind of really instilled that and excited them to get even more into it. So. Some of the barriers that we've had is Parent Square is a great communication tool, but not all the parents have it. Not all the parents want it. And so we are trying to figure out another way to get notifications out to them. There's also some cellular service interruptions for our parents. If they're at a bus stop, if they're on their way to the bus stop, they may not be able to get the notifications through Parent Square. And so we have to find a workaround for that. So our next steps, since Pam and I do have to drive, since dispatch myself have to drive so much, we're going to use different assets in the community or in the district to send notifications to the parents. And one of the things we're going to do is preload messages on Parent Square for efficiency, so that way when a bus is late, if I'm not able to send it and I'm asking somebody else to, all they have to do is hit it and it goes directly out. And as far as the communication with the buildings, we're going to continue to do what we're doing, but we're going to up our rounding with the secretaries to identify holes in the communications. Our next pillar, or our next strategic action is for student engagement. Our strategic action are to implement a reward program for positive student behavior. In this cycle, we were able to give out 89 bus bucks and 27 ranger station tickets. These are tickets that are made up and so that a driver can give them to a student as a positive reward. The bus bucks are at the primary level, and these work in conjunction with what the schools are doing, we're aligning what they are using and what we are doing. So a kid gets a bus buck, they entered into the same prize system the school's using. The ranger station tickets are given to the high school students, and they are good for 1 drink at the ranger station. So the wins from this is collaborating with the schools. We've been in alignment with the schools to try to do the same thing that they're doing. Positive reinforcement, it's amazing what a small reward does for incentive to proper behavior. We have chosen to highlight respect, responsibility, and kindness. Not only has this program helped the behavior on the ride to and from school, but it has also helped the transportation department align with the schools. It's also been relationship building. Some students are so quiet and so shy, and they get on the bus and they don't say anything, and for a driver to be able to make contact with that student and say, here, I notice you're being good, here, I notice you've done this, has really helped forge relationship between the driver and the student. Some of the barriers that we faced with student engagement, if you didn't notice in the last slide, I had one for high school. We have one for primary. Middle school's been a little bit harder. When we first built this action plan, we thought it would be a simple one, an easy win. But we've struggled to find the proper reward for our middle schoolers. With some collaboration with the middle school, we have a good reward, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. Tracking how many rewards are given out. When the drivers are just handing them out, we have no way of tracking them, and so that has been a big barrier for this one. Consistency with who is rewarded. Respectful, responsible, and kind are the 3 main that we want to go after, but everybody's definition of that's different, so the consistency of how they're being handed out has been a barrier. So the next steps, we've found by collaboration with the middle school that we've come up with a prize for our EMS students. Our drivers will start giving out the same points that they use inside the school. It's in a, so they'll go online, find the student's name, hit a button, it'll give the student points, and they'll be able to tell the student that they did this. It's really cool because it's the same system that they use, and it deepens our alignment with the middle school. Secondly, we will start using technology to track our rewards so we can keep count of just how many are actually being handed out. Our next pillar is engaged families and communities. Our strategic action plan was the transportation department will make 2 positive parent contacts per week per route. Our results to date, we have 89 positive parent contacts. The wins from this, this has been one of my favorite goals. Parents love to hear the positive feedback about our students. This has built great relationships between parents and drivers that never really existed before. Since the school has started, we have students asking us when it's their turn to receive a phone call home. Also, once the relationship is built between the parent and the driver, simple issues, behavioral, on the bus can be solved without ever getting the school involved. And so that's been a huge win for the drivers. It deals with stuff immediately, fast, and it just solves it. It makes the issue resolution much simpler. Barriers. Our drivers are not experienced in cold calls. They are nervous about what they say to the parents, how they say it, how the parents will interact. The second barrier is consistency. I would get 95% of the drivers making those 2 calls per week, but I would not be able to get 100%, and I couldn't mark our goal as being checked off until I got 2 calls per week per route. And so we finally were able to hit 100%, and it was really cool to let the drivers know that they had hit it and that we had done it. Next steps, we're going to continue with the calls. We're going to continue coaching the drivers on how to do it and the cold calls they make. The other thing that we want to do is we're going to start introducing email. Not all parents are home, and leaving a voicemail So we want to start using email and working more technology into the department. For the next up-to-date buildings and facilities, our strategic action was to implement an aggressive cleaning schedule, improving bus sanitation throughout the fleet. We implemented 2 strategies to achieve this: bi-weekly bus inspections and to make sure every bus is fogged, sanitized after each run. So when we fog a bus after each run, that means that 177 times so far this year, every bus has been fogged. It means that the drivers drop off the elementary, run to base, and fog the bus. So it's a big commitment, but it's our way of making sure that they're clean and sanitized and safe for our students. One of the really fun things that we got to do with this pillar is we collected student voice. The wins from this: the buses are clean. They look great. They represent the school district very nicely. And another one was the opportunity to collect student voice. The barriers, adding time in between the runs to make sure some runs are already super tight, and so to make sure that the buses had time to get back to do what needed to be done, to make sure that they were clean and sanitized for our students. Took a little adjustments. And the other one was the weather. This spring hasn't been the most helpful when it comes to washing a bus or cleaning a bus. This picture was in April of the buses in the lot, so not a lot of cleaning was happening on this day. Our next steps: we will continue to fog the buses after every run next year. And we're going to maintain the same cleaning schedule. It's worked. It's working really, really well, so we just want to keep going with that and seeing if we can maybe add a couple other things to it. But sustainable finances and accountability. So in this one, we had our strategic action plan was to schedule monthly guests to talk about the department expenditures. This plan did not go as planned. This was my fail forward. We only had one guest, and that was Superintendent Carpenter. He came over for his biannual roadshow, and that was very helpful. It was very informative on how the budget looks going forward, how it works and how it looks going forward. Our wins are that Superintendent Carpenter's simple breakdown of the district budget was very educational for all the members of the transportation department. He also sparked a renewed and excited interest by my team in district finances. They loved hearing where the money was going and have very simple details. Somebody earlier said that they wanted to hear it at a kindergarten level, and our department is the same way. So that was a great win. Our barriers, the barriers that we have are resources and systems to consistently and effectively cascade communication to my team on district budget and expenditures. We need to get something in place that's very simple and consistent, and that is something that we will be working on going forward. So the next steps for this is build capacity to effectively cascade communication on district expenditures to the staff. I've got to get together with them and get a little bit more detail on what my staff would like, but I would like to figure this out and get it broken down in very small, simple understanding for them. So next up is nutrition services.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Julie Theander. I'm the Director of Nutrition Services for the school district. So this is our Nutrition Services 90-day scorecard, which reflects some opportunities for growth with our next cycle of improvement. So with successful students, our goal was to increase meal participation by 5%. And as you can see, we knocked it out of the ballpark. As of April, over 80,000 more meals were served over the previous school year. Our big win was serving 56% of all students' breakfast meals, and 71% of our students were served lunch meals this year. So our barriers included the percentage of students who did not participate daily in our meal program due to supply chain shortages affecting our menu changes, and also programs temporarily shut down to lack of staffing resources. So our next steps are, we are planning on maintaining our present meal counts with the help of free and reduced meal application campaigns, and also to explore adding new scratch recipes to the menus. And we also plan to promote our meals through social media and school events. So on to employee engagement. To improve our employee engagement scores, we created a staff training plan and collected more employee voice for department operations. All trainings attended helped with a deeper understanding for our department's mission, and a new focus on team collaboration has helped with creating menus and new systems within our department. Unfortunately, the pandemic limited in-person hands-on culinary workshops, and we also learned that while information was cascaded to lead cooks, it was not always cascaded to all nutrition department kitchen staff. So our next steps would be for new specific training suggested through employee voice, and they'll be offered next school year. They came up with some great ideas. We will also be creating a monthly communication system to ensure information is cascaded to all nutrition staff. With district services, our scores improved, with our lowest scores being with operations and accessibility. We created action plans to improve our students' wait time in line through rounding with both building administrators and students. Okay, so a huge win for us. We were awarded 2 grants totaling over $22,000. One grant gave us a new steamer at Rivermill Elementary, and the other was for a much-needed grab-and-go station. As you can see, it's much needed, for Estacada Middle School. Both equipment will improve efficiencies to offer more meal options to our students. So you always do have barriers when you do these. So this year, we've experienced multiple equipment failures, which slows operations. There's also been difficulties in filling substitute cook positions to help with staff absences, resulting in the loss of services and menu changes. And yes, supply chain issues. So our next steps. We will continue to research new equipment and systems to improve our operations. We will also schedule purposeful roundings and with our building administrators to work together on improvements, along with monitoring students' wait time in our cafeterias. So we're going to move on to student engagement, and a question answered by students is what we focused on. There is healthy food for me to eat at lunch. It gave us a great opportunity to consider, what does our students think makes up healthy food? So we held student forums to learn not only what their thoughts are on healthy food, but to collect their voice on what they would like added to our menus. So the big wins, at the forums, we learned that elementary students are happy with their menu choices on the menus. They just want more of their favorites. And many of the secondary students sadly choose not to eat at all. But those that do eat wanted salad bars and deli bars returned to their schools. So, barriers. We're learning students' perspectives on what they believe is healthy food, which is quite entertaining. And of course, the amount of students who choose not to eat at all saddened us. Our next steps. We'll be working on our healthy food campaign and researching the possibility of introducing a breakfast after the bell. This is where students may receive their breakfast at a later scheduled time in the mornings. Next on to engage families and communities. We have planned to conduct a robust What Makes Up Healthy Food campaign through social media and other communication tools for our families. However, very few posts were placed and other sources for communicating to parents were not developed. So as of today, here's the win. As of today, we have 347 Facebook followers. This platform is proving to be a positive source for sharing what our students are receiving for breakfast and lunch in our cafeterias, and has been receiving positive followers' comments on our posts. Our barrier. This action plan turned out to be a solo effort, with limited communication information shared on one medium. So, the next steps, going forward, we will create a robust, healthy food campaign through team collaboration. Next on to up-to-date buildings and facilities. The best way for our department to support this survey question of My School is Clean is to ensure that all of our kitchens receive perfect health inspections through the Clackamas County Environmental Health Department. This school year, all 4 kitchens received 0 findings and were 100% in compliance. We are inspected 2 times a year in each kitchen, and each time the inspector told us what an awesome job that we're doing as a team. In addition, we have been working on a new system for forecasting needed equipment updates to increase health and safety at all buildings. Our barriers, the only one. Our only barrier would be with aging equipment that could lead to potential food loss. By the way, this is the steamer that we are replacing at River Mill Elementary with a wonderful grant we just got awarded. So our next steps, we will maintain our current sanitation protocols and continue researching our equipment needs through budget forecasting. And last, with sustainable finances and accountability. This year, monthly financial updates detailing upcoming projects, system, and program changes were shared with either through team meetings or as a total department. Our staff meetings, our wins were staff meetings where expenditures were discussed, received all 5s for in-person, clear, understandable information on our pulse surveys. However, in the spring, staff gave low scores on the question, the superintendent manages district finances effectively, which indicates an opportunity for moving in a different direction to better support our financial message. In other words, we failed forward, but we're going to be working on it. Our barrier was getting the message out consistently to all staff. And the reason why it's difficult to get it out is because of cascading information and staff absenteeism. So our next steps will be creating a monthly newsletter for all Cook staff. We will continue to discuss district expenditures at meetings, and we will follow up with an email recap of our discussions to all nutrition staff. And next up is facilities and maintenance.
All right, my name is John Simpson, Facility Coordinator for the Estacada School District. We're going to go over the 90-day rollout. Here's a copy of my scorecard as it relates to the last 90 days. As you can see, there's some great wins as well as a few opportunities for improvement. So the strategic action for essential standing learning standards is for our facilities department is to complete all emergency work orders within 24 hours and complete 90% of the other work requests within 7 days. So this is our work order tracking system here that you see. And in the 19-20 school year, we're about 87% of our requests completed within 7 days. The 2021 school year, we're at about 90%. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually said that backwards. So in the 2019 school year, we're at about 55% of those requests completed within 7 days. And in the 21-20 school year, we're at 87%. And then for this school year, we met our goal just barely, but we're at 90% of all requests completed within 7 days or less, and emergency work orders done within 24 hours. A lot of those times, it's completed the same day. So our wins for the learning standards is, again, all requests are completed in a timely manner, and our work orders are actually at an all-time high. Ooh, there we go. So the chart showing our progress. Oops, sorry, I'm going to skip one more. There we go. All right. This thing up, there we go. Okay. So the chart showing our progress as an all-time high work order tickets. We averaged the 2019 school year at 893 general requests and about 306 preventative work orders, totaling just under 1,200. And then last year, we were at 724 requests. There it is. Okay, sorry. 724 general requests and 264 preventative maintenance, totaling 988. So this school year, we're at 1,188 general requests and 223 preventative maintenance, which gets our all-time high at 1,411 requests year to date. So some of our barriers that we're having is the cleaning score that's filled out with our leads. We have some last-minute work requests that come through. When we get those, it's really hard to prioritize our workload, and we got to redirect and pivot our team so that we can support those events as well. The consistency of the cleaning score isn't always being filled out, so we need to stay on top of that. Our leads fill out our cleaning scores each morning when they come in, and they're grading the night before cleaning, so sometimes those get overlooked when we have busy mornings. And product availability. So I'm sure a lot of you guys can kind of relate to this. It seems to be an ongoing thing. We're not always getting the parts we want. We might order light bulbs and they just send something that's completely not what we ordered. So trying to figure out how to work around those barriers and still get the products in that we need to help support the team. Service continuity, again, this is kind of a thing been brought up by several departments. We're not always able to retain subs to help cover our staff when they're out, whether it's vacation or sick leave or for any other reason. So sometimes that's hard to make sure that we're still providing those clean, safe environment for our staff and students. If you look at our cleaning chart, you can see it's broke down by building. So each color is a different building, and again, this is the data that's collected when our leads come in and grade that cleaning. So as you can see, all buildings are above a 3.0 out of 5, but the district average is a 3.32. So some of the next steps for me is I'm going to maintain the actions that I have in place. However, like I say, I'd like to strengthen some of our systems that we're currently using, such as the grading sheets filled out by the lead custodians. I need to communicate and reinforce summer projects and small scale requests. We have forms for these. Sometimes they don't get used. So I think I need to just start reinforcing that. as well as reaching out to end users. Every time we complete a survey or a work order, we send out a survey for the end user to fill out, and those don't always get filled out. So, our strong, inclusive, collaborative culture for our employee engagement. Strategic action is to celebrate aligned behaviors and actions that will focus on a service excellence. I want to continue to meet with our department leads. Every Wednesday we have a meeting with the department leads, and then every month we have a meeting with the day and night shift. So sometimes it's hard to find time to do that, but we want to keep doing it. I need to do a little more walkthroughs just to ensure the right product and service and procedures are implemented related to the job title and position people hold in our department. So results, you can see that my score actually went down 0.67 to a 3.9 from last fall when I was at a 4.57. But I'm still looking forward to meeting with team members, finding opportunities to increase the score, and hopefully by the end of the next 90-day rollout, I'll be at least where I was in the fall. So the next steps, I think we're going the wrong way, there we go. The employee engagement pillar for my department for facilities is, I skipped that, I'm sorry. So the collaborative culture, strategic action is to celebrate the aligned behaviors. So focused on aligned behaviors that can be showing up on time, being clear, kind, courteous, and just doing our job in general. I need to cascade communications on district expenditures. That's been kind of a barrier trying to relate the two. And I want to continue to meet with the leads and their teams. So employee engagement pillar. Some of our wins that we're having through the employee engagement is biggest win I feel is empowering leads to make decisions that affect their job. So letting them be leads and letting them have a say on what happens in their buildings has been really beneficial to both me and the building leaders as well. So sometimes it's hard to stand down and let them find their own path, but I'm finding myself doing that a lot more lately. As difficult as it is, we want them to do what's best for their building. The weekly meetings that focus on collaboration, we're building relationships, we're promoting creativity and innovation. So that's a win. Some of the barriers we're having is weekly meetings consistency. So again, back to the Wednesday meetings, sometimes we're busy, but we just have to make an always action and find time to have those meetings intentionally. The evidence indicates the method of cascading communication is not really working too well. So again, how can I better tell my story to staff and stakeholders of the district? I think if I can do a better job at telling the story, I can get better buy-in from my team, which the end result of that is more success. So we're on the next steps, are determining a better method for cascading those communications, primarily around expenditures. I'm going to do this during staff meetings, rounding, our weekly meetings, and our monthly as well. I need to find a way to just connect the spending to the why behind it. I want to continue to support my team and continue to support their decisions that affect their job. And I'm going to determine a better process to ensure the weekly meetings are held. Lead staff are busy, but again, we just need to meet weekly, whether that's redirecting facility team members to help fill in for them while they're at the meetings. Those are things that I'll be meeting with my team to see how I can better support that. All right, district services. My strategic action for the district services is 90% of all work orders completed within 7 days and all emergency requests completed within 24 hours. Again, we're doing really well at that. Score actually went up from a 4.67 in fall to a 4.77 currently out of 5. So next actions for that is I'm going to just keep working with department leads. I want to ensure they have the support needed to make decisions, and I'm going to continue holding people accountable for actions, whether they're good or bad. Wins. This is the favorite part. So with all the barriers in education recently, especially, I've had 100% of buy-in from all of my staff on this pillar. 92% of end users rate our facility service survey a 5 out of 5. So that's great. That's just really a win for my team as well, because they're the ones out there in the field making those connections and giving people services that they need. So some of the barriers is only about 10% of end users are using the survey. So we send it out every work order or job ticket we give. We follow up with an email saying, how is our service? Take a few minutes to fill this out, and only about 10% of the people are using that. So 137 surveys have been filled out. However, we've done about 1,100 tickets, so trying to figure out a way to increase the score and get more buy-in from the end users. So the next step for this, pretty easy. My goal is to build great leaders to better support teaching and learning. The evidence indicates that what we're doing is working, so I'm going to continue with my same actions and strive forward, shooting for a 5 out of 5 on the next 90-day cycle. I think we're looking really good at achieving really close to that, so that's my next steps. Here's a picture of me giving shout-outs. So our inclusive collaborative culture, one of my strategic actions, shout-outs. So to students that show aligned behaviors, primarily during meal service. That's kind of when they all get together, sometimes get a little rowdy. So we want to catch the kids doing right. So this is a way for my staff to have positive interactions with students at all building locations. Some of those shout-outs are just, hey, thanks for picking up your milk, and others are primarily in the elementary levels. We allow them to help us with lunch, get the trays, things like that. They really enjoy that. So currently we're averaging about 12 shout-outs a day. So we'd like to see that number go up. Again, this is something new that we're implementing, and I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get buy-ins. Again, these staff members are extremely busy during lunch. There's hundreds of kids, in one area at once, and they're running all around. So having them make that in time to make those positive interactions with students has been a little hard, and then also just having them document those shout-outs. So some of the wins on the shout-outs are we get to build relationships and positive interactions with students, which is great, and that's why we're all here, interact with the kids. So the plus side of the shout-outs are when the kids recognize for doing well, they continue to do well. If we point out the positive behavior and celebrate those wins while enforcing rules in our cafeteria, our students continue to do well while engaging in aligned behaviors, which again is our kind of what we're aiming for here. So barriers, the consistency in shout-outs, making that intentional time while staff are extremely busy catering to our district needs, but finding that time to give those shout-outs, and also making sure that we're looking for different students to give those shout-outs to as well, so that we can keep growing that bank of positive interactions with our students. My next step, theme here, we're going to continue tracking the shout-outs process, and I need to streamline the process a little bit. Again, try to make it a little easier for our custodians to fill out each day, make it something to where it's an always action. I'm going to, I've added these shout-outs, so every morning our custodians come in, they walk the building, and then they grade the cleaning from the night shift before. So I've added this shout-out number to that form, so that while they're filling out something that they already do, It's just one more number they just have to put in there, so kind of make it easy, hopefully get more buy-in and make this noise action. Increase the consistency for shout-outs. Again, making this a noise action, make sure we're looking for other students or other areas of the cafeteria or building, kind of, doing our due diligence to make sure that we're working hard on finding students doing right so we can enforce this positive behavior. So we're going to continue the process and my team by showing the outcomes and evidence. So I need to make sure that they know, for one, the reason why we're keeping track of this data, as well as letting them see the numbers. So finding a creative way, whether it's staff meetings or individual meetings or rounding, but letting them see that data so that they know why we're doing that, and it's not just another process that they need to go through. So strategic action for engaged families and communities is, again, the 90% of work orders requested related to a clean, safe, healthy learning environment are completed within 7 days. We typically, again, get those done in 1 to 2 days. Our results received a 3.94, which is down a 0.04 from the 3.98 we got in fall. So a little bit of room for improvement there. Engage families and communities. So again, as of May 15th, 100% of all of our work requests were completed, which as we get towards the end of the year, we get really busy and a lot of requests come through. So that's definitely a win for the great facilities team that we have here. We're lucky to have all these folks working so hard. They genuinely care about the outcome of any given project or task, and they just really strive for excellence. So again, great win for the facilities team. So some of the barriers I've experienced with the engaged family and community is, again, product shortage, inflation costs. We used to pay $7 for a box of gloves, now we're paying $30. So those are really hard to forecast when we have no idea what they're doing. Getting the right part in a timely manner. Again, a lot of times they just put something in a box and send it, and we're expecting a regulator, and we open it up and it's something completely different. So that takes a lot of time from me to trying to track it down. And then sometimes we have to order it from somewhere that's more expensive just so we can get it in a timely manner. Short notice work requests. So, a few departments, although they try very hard, but they submit a lot of same day requests. Oh, we need this done, or, we need this room changed out. So our job is to support that and get it done. So sometimes you just have to pivot what we're doing, redirect staff from other departments to help support that need. Work order classification. So sometimes we get work orders that say, my desk is loose. It's like, okay, what desk? What's loose on it? So getting those details into those work orders so that my team can just go in and fix the issue and exit without creating a disturbance in the classroom. Sometimes they're not listed as preventative maintenance. Sometimes it's a summer project that just gets entered into our regular ticket system. So that tracks our how quick we're getting our work orders done. So constantly going in, reading through those needs and making sure they're classified in the right category is time consuming. And again, that's kind of how we keep our 7 days down in our emergency work requests. So it's important to stay on top of that. And focus on predictive maintenance. So we need to get better at being more proactive and less reactive with the district needs, trying to forecast some of the things that happen each year, each June, July, graduation, things like that. So getting better at forecasting those events so that they don't need to be a ticket item, so that we're already ready for that as we get more workloads coming in. Just limits the stress on the team. All right, so things I'm going to do as my next steps is I'm going to keep conducting building walkthroughs. We're going to make sure that all work orders are completed promptly, and we want to make sure that we get the right product for the need, and we want to also make sure that we're getting those in the right categories: preventative maintenance, emergency requests, summer projects. Need to get the right information on the request the first time to better support the team. So up-to-date buildings and facilities. So facility strategic action was to obtain a district average of 4.5 or higher with the work order scores. We're at about a 3.65, which is down a 0.32 from fall. You can see some of our charts here for the buildings, broke down per building. That's our cleaning averages. And again, that's the data that our lead custodians enter into our system. And we take this and we put it on here for data for them to see. So some of our wins, lots of wins. Some of them are, our district cleaning scores are up. So we're up to a 3.42, which out of 5. Again, this is our leads rating the cleaning of the night shift. So it's really important, you know, it's their building. We need to let them be leaders. You know, they need to go through, decide if there's any need for changes, and just ensure that everyone's being held accountable for their time the night before. Financial support from the district for each building. It's been great. I think CRE said it as well. You know, over the last 18 months especially, we've had a lot of financial support from the district. Some of the things that we've purchased are the, wrong button. So some of the things that we've supported or purchased are each building now has a ride-on auto scrubber. Besides just being really fun to use, it speeds up our process. It makes you know, staff a little happier when it's like, hey, we need to auto scrub the gym. They're not pushing a vacuum behind it. Now they can hop on a chariot and they can go do that. It ends with a better result. Coaches are happier, so therefore I'm happy. Our staff's happy. We better equipped our maintenance department with some high-end tools. One of them, my favorite, ProPress plumbing fitting. This enabled our maintenance team to do about $30,000 worth of emergency plumbing repairs. Again, we're not waiting for parts, we're not waiting for vendors, we're not waiting for quotes. We just get in there and we do it ourselves. So that's been great. Our grounds department's got a new tractor this year, several attachments, which is going to better support our athletics department, our grounds, and as well as Scott's morale. He's very excited to use the equipment. So those are all great wins. Some of the barriers I've had in this pillar is service continuity. Again, kind of a repeat, but finding subs is hard to find and retain subs to fill in for our staff when they're sick or using their vacation, spending time with their family. So that's one barrier. Cleaning score consistency, again, getting these leads to come in and rate the cleaning for the night before and do it with honesty and hold people accountable when needed and celebrate the wins. If they did a great job, you know, I want them to make sure that they're voicing that as well. So if a score goes down on our building chart, if I come in and for some reason we're getting lower scores, I need to take that initiative and come in at night, meet with the night team, meet with the day shift, try to figure out what the problem is. It could be something where we haven't had trash bags or we're out of gloves, or, you know, it could be something that's out of our control, but it's my job to figure out why the scores are dipping and to support the team and make some decisions on how we can better provide safe cleaning environment for our staff and students. Next step for me is, as always, supporting my custodians, my maintenance guys, my grounds, objectively. I want to make sure they're doing their job, they're filling out the cleaning scores nightly, and also want to implement a trust but verified system. So we want to give them the power to make decisions and lead their team, but sometimes we need to verify what they're doing and that make sure it's a good use of district time. Taking time to do walkthroughs on buildings, ensuring the scoring's right. You know, it's difficult having staff that work from 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., you know, finding that barrier or that time to come in to make sure that I'm equally supporting both day shift and night shift. Sustainable finance and accountability. So our facility strategic action for this was by December of this year, our district will score 4.08 out of 5 in the Studer Employee Engagement Survey. Question, my superintendent manages finances effectively. Our results went down to a 2.63 this last survey that we sent out. So I need to figure out how to cascade that communication a little bit better. Again, there's been a lot of district support in this, so I think it's just finding the time to intentionally do that. Some of our wins for this is our district has completed over $200,000 worth of upgrades to our HVAC, heating, venting, and air conditioning, including our indoor air quality upgrades. We've spent over $2 million has been allocated towards safety improvements district-wide. So this is a great investment. And another win that I have is that the work orders. So while the average cost of work orders, the average number of work orders is going up, we've managed to keep the cost for each work order down. So we're just under about $100 per work order. And tracking that data to tell the story better, it's going to be pivot a little bit, try to figure out how to do that. If you look at the blue chart, you can see our return on investments for the HVAC upgrade. So as you see, at year 2, we start getting some of that money back. And by year 7, it pays for itself. And we're going to keep using that for 20 years after it paid for itself. So it's a great investment. On the green chart, you can see that the school district has spent over $2 million on safety upgrades. Some of these upgrades include keyless entries at all our schools, providing a safer environment for our students, new door hardware. We're replacing that quite a bit lately, so to continue buying high quality products to put in so that we can only put it in once and use it for years. HVAC again, some of the pros that we've done on the HVAC is we've installed the ionization in every room. If your student is in a room, we're ionizing that air. Our new DDC system for the HVAC, our outside air lockout temp, so we could set an outside temp at 50 degrees, 60, whatever we see fit. When the outdoor ambient temperature gets to that, it shuts our boilers down and fuels at $4.85 a gallon. This saves a lot of money in the long run. So again, that's a great use of district finances. So some of the barriers we're having, biggest barrier I feel facility has is the things we do aren't really tangible. You don't see it, touch it, smell it, or hear it, so therefore it goes unnoticed. Some of the things we've done that's people don't notice is, again, all the HVAC upgrades, a lot of plumbing repairs, window repairs, roof repairs. So just, again, trying to figure out a way to tell that story better so that everybody knows the great things that our department's doing, and also kind of let them know where that money's going. So, everybody knows if their heater doesn't work, but a lot of people don't notice what it takes to keep it running. So, something I need to work on. All right, my next steps. I'm going to determine a better method for cascading communication, whether it's during rounding, staff meetings, nightly check-ins, pop into a building, just talk to people, just making sure that they understand the whys behind our expenditure, and also that they know that, where we're at financially wise, what we spend. Again, they know they have that auto scrubber, but maybe I need to do better at letting them know how much we paid for it. And this ends the facility rollout. So thank you guys for your time. IT, come on up, Christy.
Well, good afternoon. It's finally afternoon. My name is Christy Tresher. I serve as the Estacada School District Technology Department Director. Sorry, can't read my own writing. I serve in that role. I'm excited to share the Technology Department's 90-day improvement journey. We have a 90-day scorecard here. We're a smaller department, so we support district-wide regarding the scorecard. And you can see here that we have some great opportunities. We have the up-to-date facilities and sustainable finance that has had a drop, and we're going to be working as a team to develop some better opportunities in that area to support that pillar. And DSS, we had an increase of 0.41. And then the community engagement and inclusive culture, they just had a minor dip. I believe that we are going to be able to support that as we move forward. Successful students, essential learning standards. Our strategic action is we were doing boots on the ground when we started this 90-day process, and we chose to continue with boots on the ground and add an additional day per month per school. With the boots on the ground, what that is our tech team is actually in the building serving students and staff where the learning is happening. We were able to have 153 roundings done. The tech staff actually was rounding with teachers to find any barriers and to support them. And I love word clouds. But what I wanted to talk about here with this word cloud, what this is the feedback from the roundings. I took every single comment that was put in that rounding, and I put it into the word cloud, and this is what popped out. And I think it's an excellent representation of how hard the team works. All right, some wins. We have consistent messages. With the word cloud, we were able to harvest some high mentions. The staff roundings is very consistent that the response time, fast response time, quick response time, frequent check-in, and timely manner. The top 5 are those, and they were expressed consistently throughout each message. The response time for us in our ticket system, when we have an SLA agreement, and the ticket system is, we have a response time of 99%, and a resolution time of when the ticket is started to completion is meets our SLA at 94%. Our SLA, and I'm going to get into this in a later slide, but I'll go ahead and jump in now. Our response time is within 24 hours. We get a ticket, we need to respond within 24 hours, and we're meeting that 99% of the time. Our resolution time, our SLA for that is that from the start to finish, we resolve our tickets within 7 days, and we're meeting that 94% of the time. Okay, our barriers with serving is that we are losing time when we go from our office to the classroom. We're losing service time retrieving hardware and different pieces of equipment. Our lack of assigned work location is a barrier. We actually have an absence in some of the buildings of having a work location. Having a work location behind a locked door would really assist us in being more efficient and more available. And then the extra day that we put in the boots on the ground for each school, it worked on paper. We thought we could do it. But we serve so many stakeholders in this district that we were not able to be consistent with that. And so we're going to abandon that piece. All right, next steps. We're going to maintain boots on the ground. When we have a conversation about it, we feel as though this is the most important thing we can be doing to support our students and staff, is be in the buildings, be present, and what is coming from it is amazing, so we're going to keep doing this. We're going to increase our efficiencies. We're actually going to start to determine a better way to provide the hardware and the software and have the techs be able to stay in that building for the full 8 hours that they're committed and not having to leave to go get things to serve. We're going to collaborate on work locations to see if we can find locations for the techs to be. And we are going to abandon, sadly, that extra boots on the ground day. And the idea is that we have come to understand that we're actually serving district-wide on those days. And so we're just going to be more consistent about being present in the buildings during certain times on those extra days instead of scheduling it out. Okay. Our employee engagement. Our action plans were to create a knowledge base, provide quick, clear, and kind feedback to staff regarding performance and their methods of being able to improve, and designate time for department viewing of the district-wide communication. We're very busy. I know everybody's in this district, but the guys are constantly running in and out and in and out and in and out. And I would ask, hey, did you see the cascading communications video? No, we don't have time. All right, so let's stop, sit down, watch it together. You can see our results were in employee engagement in spring 2022, it was a 4.15. And then fall 2021 was a 4.22. So that's a slight decrease of 0.07. So do a slight tweak of the systems to see if we can get them tightened up. And then, let's see. Okay, so wins, some exciting things. We have a knowledge base, which is great. It's contained inside of our ticket system. It's really useful. And I'll get to our barrier in a minute if you're all wondering, where is it? Evaluations and rubrics. We had mid-year evaluations and the rubrics were presented and the rubrics were used in combination with the evaluations to hop into Teach Boost and create some opportunities of growth, so that the next evaluations, there's a clear understanding of, if I'm at this level, what do I have to do to get to that level? And that it's not just some number that's pulled out of the sky. So that was a really great win. And then team rounding and stand-ups. We do a stand-up every day. During our daily stand-up, we harvest wins. We find out how we can support each other throughout the day. And then, of course, our team roundings, we collect. I'm able to collect so much data to support the district because these guys are in constant contact with staff, and I'm just able to pull that in and create actions out of it. It's really great. And then district's communication. The team loves how much district communication there is, and they love and appreciate all of the work and effort that goes into it. Barriers, knowledge of the knowledge base. It's out there. We've told people about it. However, the barrier is that we haven't done a good enough job of sharing that information. District communications, we need to carve out time to communicate with the team. So they love the communications. What they are hoping for is an opportunity to participate in the communication and then having a collaborative conversation after that district communication has been viewed. The rounding time of day, this has been a really big barrier for our team. We get swallowed up by the afternoon, and so we need to change our roundings to the mornings. Collaboration with respect to software and hardware. A lot of times we walk into a situation where we feel kind of behind the 8 ball and we have to learn really quickly. We would really, we want to work towards a process that is collaborative and equal in the process of seeking out hardware and software. Next steps in employee engagement. We're going to collaborate and implement and publish a hardware-software request process. And we're not just going to collaborate internally, we're going to collaborate with other departments so that we can develop a process that everybody is in agreement with. Technical discovery sessions. We are a tech department who is not investigating new tech, and that needs to end now. Starting today, we're going to implement bi-weekly discovery and collaborative tech sessions where we start to find new opportunities and innovations for the district. And then district communication dialogue. We're going to continue with the viewing as a department, the district communications. However, we're going to add a conversation or a collaboration period afterwards. Okay, district services. Our strategic action was clear communication the same day a ticket is assigned, and then developing the incident IQ database, the knowledge base. In the spring, or in the fall of 2021, we had a 4.31, and in this spring, we earned we received a 4.72, which is a 0.41 increase, and it totally blew my socks off. I'm not gonna, I was like, that's crazy. But if you met the tech team, you would know why. They are just so kind. And so they're just clear and kind and supportive, and they definitely have earned that number. So, okay, on to the next. Okay, so what wins do we have? Okay, this is going to be a little fun. I've got some interactions here to wake up the crowd. We resolved yesterday by 5 p.m., 4,342 tickets this year. We have 365 ticket surveys, and we have an average rating out of 5 of a 4.94 on those ticket surveys. And like the facilities department, that is an issue that we're only receiving, we're actually less than 10%. But over the years, we've known this to be something that happens, and now we just need to figure out why. So the two graphs that you see, one is response time and one is resolution time, and I talked about those earlier. Our resolution time is 94%, and that is 7 days. And our response time is 99%. That means that we're responding to every ticket within the first 24 hours. Our highest ticket count received in a month was 680, which was a crazy month, I can tell you. All right, this is our survey results. You can see that 332 responses gave us a flat 5, which is great. That's a win for sure. All right. All right, barriers. IIQ user site is not clear. We know this, and we really want to resolve this issue. Phone access needs improvement. We need to, because we're so mobile, we need to be more accessible by all mediums. Tracking of verbal requests. We have a lot of people that approach us and say, hey, can you do this for me? And these things are getting missed in our data collection, and so we need to do a better job of collecting that, and a better solution for initial needs. So somebody submits a ticket, we respond, that person doesn't see the email till the end of the day, that's a problem. All right, okay. So next steps, I just wanted to put clear, kind, and helpful out there. This is what I chant every day because customer service is #1 in our department. What we're going to be doing is IIQ is going to be revamped to be more clear and more kind so that it is more helpful. And we're going to be really working to restructure the end user side of that communication. And then capital improvement requests. We now have been included on the process for doing capital improvements. Technology is now there. Some requests that we get are actually systems that, or requests that should be moved into a capital improvement request process. And we're going to do that. And that's going to be more clear and more kind and more helpful. All right, student development, or student engagement. Okay. We have student interns in our department, and these guys are amazing. The strategic action was create a culture of empathy and service mindset. What you're seeing right here is the Dancing Penguin, which was a video game from like the 90s, I think. It might have been early 2000s. So how do you collect student voice about students? We put a kiosk in the tech department right next to the door, and the eye catcher for students walking by after they come in for service that they receive from their peer tech interns is this guy right here, which draws them, hopefully, to the 2-question survey. We received 22 responses, which is great. 95.5% were very satisfied with the service. 100% felt they were treated with kindness. And then another thing that we added this year to develop that service mindset in student interns is we we put in Canvas a mindful moments module. The tech interns you can see on the video, or the slide, it says they interacted with 7 of 19 modules, and that might seem kind of low to you, but this was kind of a private journey where private feelings were being shared, so it was entirely voluntary for these students, and I think to have them interact with 7 out of 19 modules independently was amazing. Wins, students supporting peers. These, if anybody has an opportunity to swing by the tech office and see these guys communicate with their peers, it's amazing. Students worked on 72 tickets. We're kind of slowly bringing them into our ticket system because there's some barriers with that and confidentiality, keeping them isolated from things that they shouldn't see. But 72 tickets, that's really great. And then students alone worked on, repaired, deployed, provisioned, and delivered over 2,000 devices this year. We would not be where we are today without these student interns. They are hard workers, they're dedicated, and they are clear and kind and helpful. Barriers, collecting meaningful data, all right. Please fill in the survey. We like to have feedback. We love the good, the bad, and the ugly. We can't get better at service without these things. Opportunities for students. Our students need the ability to take their knowledge that they're developing, and they need to be able to apply it into some form of real-world growth. So this is our next steps. We're going to implement a certification program for our students. We're going to develop, or not develop, it's out there. We're going to bring it to the district where the students can work on a CompTIA A+ certification or a Python certification. One is a hardware software, that's CompTIA, and then Python is, of course, is a programming language. And so the students will get that opportunity to start going through that process from day one, and we can help them grow through that process. And what's great is when they walk out of high school, they're going to have a certification, which at that age, with the background they have, and a certification in their pocket, they can walk into any Tech 1 position anywhere. And then we're going to actually collaborate with the student interns on collecting peer feedback. Big gap. For me, I didn't include the students in the how do you collect student voice conversation. So that's a next step. Excited. Engaged families. So we provided electronic thank you templates. And we had some ups and some downs on this. We assisted 23 teachers with implementing this. 82 users viewed the documentation, and we polled staff, and were able to poll 59 staff, 78% of which said they don't need assistance, that they understood the documentation. Wins. Staff is actively using the templates, which is great. The templates are quick and effective. They're right at people's fingertips and they're in their Gmail. And then the setup documentation proved to be successful, even though it appears way more complicated than it is. Barriers. There's no way to implement to all the staff something this large. And this picture shows me reaching for the fruit at the very top of the tree. I think this was super ambitious, and it was something that needed to be pulled back and retooled and rethought. The setup appears and is somewhat a little relatively complicated. And of course, capturing the usage data on this specific item is very difficult. I was able to do it, but it was very time consuming. And so next time, I'm going to stick to the low-hanging fruit. Next steps. I'm going to keep it simple and not so complicated. Our team is going to abandon the electronic template push. We're still going to support it. We're still going to suggest it. We're still going to help implement it, but it's not going to be one of our action plans. So we're just going to pull back on it. And then cascading communication, technology expenditures and grants. That is something that I feel is kind of a gap right now. We've had a lot of really great financial wins this year, and I think that our tech team needs to be more involved with communicating that process to families. I think it's a great opportunity to connect families to the technology in district, and I think that will be an opportunity for us. Up-to-date buildings and facilities, we distributed new Chromebooks replacing the out-of-date devices. Results, we received and distributed 1,000 Chromebooks, 120 iPads, and 429 class Chromebooks. The story behind that is the students and staff were excited to get it. The really big story here is that it was all from a grant, or it was donated and re-provisioned to us. $392,000 was committed in grant dollars towards purchasing these devices. And what is really excellent for a tech department is we have consistent devices and chargers now. That's a win. Barriers. We have experienced some broken devices. This is not unusual. It's just that we've kind of missed, jumped in one-to-one, and now we're in a position where we're one-to-one fully K through 12 because of the opportunities from the pandemic that allowed us to become one-to-one. So we're feeling the growing pains. We're learning the process. We actually have been able to fully repair 80% of all broken devices. And the most of the loss that we've had have been devices that needed to be deprovisioned anyway. Population growth, we have increasing growth at the district, so keeping up with that process is a barrier. And then lost or broken chargers, that is something that is going to be an ongoing issue. I know this. And so we just need to better prepare and account for it. Next steps, help desk visible to students. What we would like to do is move forward with that strategic action because we're actually going to abandon oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I've got ahead of myself. Okay, we have already provided the devices. They're in the buildings. It's time for a new strategic action for up-to-date buildings and facilities. Help desk visible to students. We want to provide the students with a way to help us take care of their devices. So we're going to make it very apparent to them where they can get help from us so that they don't have to talk to a teacher and they don't have to go to the front office. They can actually reach out directly to us and their parents can also. We're going to provide KB articles to the students as well, and we're going to provide links in the clear location, and we're also going to update responsibility user agreements. Sustainable finances and accountability. Our strategic action was provide consistent, accurate, and accessible resources on asset tracking. Fall 2021 was a 4.22, and spring 2022 is a 3.82. That is a drop of 0.4. So our wins from that is we have Incident IQ now, which is an excellent asset and management and data collection platform. Our technology is now all contained in Incident IQ, so we can collect more data from it and we can manage it in a much more efficient way. And then assigning devices is very effective inside of Incident IQ, and the user can actually be a part of that process, which is nice. Barriers. Initial collection is time consuming. The initial collection was time-consuming. We had everything in our old system was basically spreadsheets in Google. So getting all of that data collected together and put into a centralized location took quite a bit of time, but now it's there. So staff and student awareness. Staff and student can actually help us in the process of managing their devices, and so we need to make that more apparent. And the platform is actually quite large, so we haven't even had it quite a year, and we just need to learn all of the reporting tools because at this moment they're just a little cumbersome. Next steps. Tighten hardware systems. We're going to get our systems completely reportable and tightened up inside of Incident IQ so that we can have accessible and accurate data. Process for repairs and replacement. We want to get that data collected together as well so that we have a full understanding of where our loss points are and what we can do to get ahead of that. And then intentional reporting tools. We're going to be working towards really being able to pull those reports at the drop of a hat and be able to keep an eye on leading data. So, all right. And that's it.
What a dynamic finish. Thank you, Christy. Awesome job. So thank you for being a part of our 90-day rollout. This was a 3-hour and 20-minute extravaganza, but I can't think of a better way for our community to see each and every single department and their alignment and commitment to our community's strategic plan. I want to thank our community who are in person attendance this afternoon. I also want to thank our great school board members who are also here in person and attending virtually as well. And to the many who are watching live online, including 15 school district leaders from across the United States. As you can see, we have so many wins as a school district to share. I hope that you can also see that improvement is occurring. And lastly, I hope you see that the things that we have identified that are in need of improvement are in fact an immediate work in progress. But most importantly, I hope that you can see that all of the arrows inside the Estacada School District's organization are all pointing in the same direction. I am so proud of our school district, and the Estacada community is so lucky. They are authentically lucky to have such talented leaders guiding our schools and departments. I hope, if nothing else, you got to see the talent that is a part of each school and each department. that is executing our mission, vision, and values. We will now begin implementing our next strategies, and I am eager to report the progress 90 days from now. The state of the Estacada School District is strong, and we will continue to use our strategic plan as our true north as we execute our shared mission, vision, and values together, so that we can be considered a premier school district, not only in the state of Oregon, but throughout the United States. Thank you again for your participation and your oversight in your school district. Have a great rest of your day. This is a great time to be raising your children inside the Estacada School District, and thanks so much for being a part of this today. Have a great day. All right.